Psalms, Book 1, Psalm 1. Happy is the man that has not walked in the counsel of the wicked ones, and in the way of sinners has not stood, and in the seat of ridiculers has not sat. But his delight is in the law of Jehovah, and in his law he reads in an undertone day and night. And he will certainly become like a tree planted by streams of water, that gives its own fruit in its season, and the foliage of which does not wither, and everything he does will succeed. The wicked are not like that, but are like the chaff that the wind drives away. That is why the wicked ones will not stand up in the judgment, nor sinners in the assembly of righteous ones. For Jehovah is taking knowledge of the way of righteous ones, but the very way of wicked ones will perish. Psalm 2. Why have the nations been in tumult, and the national groups themselves kept muttering an empty thing? The kings of earth take their stand, and high officials themselves have massed together as one against Jehovah and against his anointed one, saying, Let us tear their bands apart and cast their cords away from us. The very one sitting in the heavens will laugh. Jehovah himself will hold them in derision. At that time he will speak to them in his anger, and in his hot displeasure he will disturb them, saying, I, even I, have installed my king upon Zion, my holy mountain. Let me refer to the decree of Jehovah. He has said to me, You are my son. Today, I have become your father. Ask of me, that I may give nations as your inheritance, and the ends of the earth as your own possession. You will break them with an iron scepter, as though a potter's vessel you will dash them to pieces. And now, O kings, exercise insight. Let yourselves be corrected, O judges of the earth. Serve Jehovah with fear, and be joyful with trembling. Kiss the Son, that he may not become incensed, and you may not perish from the way, for his anger flares up easily. Happy are all those taking refuge in him. Psalm 3. A melody of David when he was running away on account of Absalom his son. O Jehovah, why have my adversaries become many? Why are many rising up against me? Many are saying of my soul, There is no salvation for him by God. And yet you, O Jehovah, are a shield about me, my glory, and the one lifting up my head. With my voice I shall call to Jehovah himself, and he will answer me from his holy mountain. As for me, I will lie down, that I may sleep. I shall certainly awake, for Jehovah himself keeps supporting me. I shall not be afraid of 10,000s of people who have set themselves in array against me round about. Do arise, O Jehovah. Save me, O my God. For you will have to strike all my enemies on the jaw. The teeth of wicked ones you will have to break. Salvation belongs to Jehovah. Your blessing is upon. Psalm 4. To the director on stringed instruments, a melody of David. When I call, answer me, O my righteous God. In the distress you must make broad space for me. Show me favor, and hear my prayer. You sons of men, how long must my glory be for insult, while you keep loving empty things, while you keep seeking to find a lie? So take knowledge that Jehovah will certainly distinguish his loyal one. Jehovah himself will hear when I call to him. Be agitated, but do not sin. Have your say in your heart upon your bed, and keep silent. Sacrifice the sacrifices of righteousness, and trust in Jehovah. There are many saying, "Who will show us good?" Lift up the light of your face upon us, O Jehovah. You will certainly give a rejoicing in my heart, greater than in the time when their grain and their new wine have abounded. In peace I will both lie down and sleep. For you yourself alone, O Jehovah, make me dwell in security. Psalm 5. To the director for Neolith, a melody of David. To my sayings do give ear, O Jehovah. Do understand my sighing. Do pay attention to the sound of my cry for help, O my King and my God, because to you I pray. O Jehovah, in the morning you will hear my voice. In the morning I shall address myself to you, and be on the watch. For you are not a God taking delight in wickedness. No one bad may reside for any time with you. No boasters may take their stand in front of your eyes. You do hate all those practicing what is hurtful. You will destroy those speaking a lie. A man of bloodshed and deception Jehovah detests. As for me, in the abundance of your loving kindness I shall come into your house. I shall bow down toward your holy temple in fear of you. O Jehovah, lead me in your righteousness by reason of my foes. Make your way smooth before me. For in their mouth there is nothing trustworthy. Their inward part is adversity indeed. Their throat is an open burial place. A smooth tongue they use. God will certainly hold them guilty. They will fall due to their own counsels. In the multitude of their transgressions, let there be a dispersing of them, because they have rebelled against you. But all those taking refuge in you will rejoice. To time indefinite they will cry out joyfully. And you will block approach to them, and those loving your name will exult in you. For you yourself will bless anyone righteous, O Jehovah. As with a large shield with approval, you will surround them. Psalm 6. To the director on stringed instruments on the lower octave, a melody of David. O Jehovah, do not in your anger reprove me, and do not in your rage correct me. Show me favor, O Jehovah, for I am fading away. Heal me, O Jehovah, for my bones have been disturbed. Yes, my own soul has been very much disturbed. And you, O Jehovah, how long? Do return, O Jehovah, do rescue my soul. Save me for the sake of your loving kindness. For in death there is no mention of you. In Sheol, who will laud you? I have grown weary with my sighing. All night long I make my couch swim. With my tears I make my own divan overflow. From vexation my eye has become weak. It has grown old because of all those showing hostility to me. Get away from me, all you practicers of what is hurtful, for Jehovah will certainly hear the sound of my weeping. Jehovah will indeed hear my request for favor. Jehovah himself will accept my own prayer. All my enemies will be very much ashamed and disturbed. They will turn back. they will be ashamed instantly. Psalm 7. A dirge of David that he sang to Jehovah concerning the words of Cush the Benjaminite. O Jehovah my God, in you I have taken refuge. Save me from all those persecuting me, and deliver me, that no one may tear my soul to pieces as a lion does, snatching me away when there is no deliverer. O Jehovah my God, if I have done this, if there exists any injustice in my hands, if I have repaid the one rewarding me with what is bad, or if I have despoiled anyone showing hostility to me without success, let an enemy pursue my soul, and let him overtake and trample my life down to the very earth, and cause my own glory to reside in the dust itself. Do arise, O Jehovah, in your anger. Lift yourself up at the outbursts of fury of those showing hostility to me, and do awake for me, since you have given command for judgment itself. And let the very assembly of national groups surround you, and against it do you return on high. Jehovah himself will pass sentence on the peoples. Judge me, O Jehovah, according to my righteousness, and according to my integrity in me. Please, may the badness of wicked ones come to an end, and may you establish the righteous one. And God as righteous is testing out heart and kidneys. The shield for me is upon God, a Savior of those upright in heart. God is a righteous judge, and God is hurling denunciations every day. If anyone will not return, his sword he will sharpen, his bow he will certainly bend, and he will make it ready for shooting. And for himself he must prepare the instruments of death. His arrows he will make flaming ones. Look, there is one that is pregnant with what is hurtful, and he has conceived trouble, and is bound to give birth to falsehood. A pit he has excavated, and he proceeded to dig it, but he will fall into the hole that he went making. His trouble will return upon his own head, and upon the crown of his head his own violence will descend. I shall laud Jehovah according to his righteousness, and I will make melody to the name of Jehovah, the Most High. Psalm 8. To the director upon the Gittith, a melody of David. O Jehovah our Lord, how majestic your name is in all the earth, you whose dignity is recounted above the heavens. Out of the mouth of children and sucklings you have founded strength, on account of those showing hostility to you, so as to make the enemy and the one taking his vengeance desist. When I see your heavens, the works of your fingers, the moon and the stars that you have prepared, what is mortal man that you keep him in mind, and the son of earthling man that you take care of him? You also proceeded to make him a little less than godlike ones, and with glory and splendor you then crowned him. You make him dominate over the works of your hands, everything you have put under his feet, small cattle and oxen, all of them, and also the beasts of the open field, the birds of heaven and the fish of the sea, anything passing through the paths of the seas. O Jehovah our Lord, how majestic your name is in all the earth. Psalm 9. To the director upon Mathlabin, a melody of David. I will laud you, O Jehovah, with all my heart. I will declare all your wonderful works. I will rejoice and exult in you. I will make melody to your name, O Most High. When my enemies turn back, They will stumble and perish from before you. For you have executed my judgment and my cause. You have sat on the throne judging with righteousness. You have rebuked nations. You have destroyed the wicked one. Their name you have wiped out to time indefinite, even forever. O you enemy, your desolations have come to their perpetual finish, and the cities that you have uprooted, the very mention of them will certainly perish. As for Jehovah, he will sit to time indefinite, firmly establishing his throne for judgment itself. And he himself will judge the productive land in righteousness. He will judicially try national groups in uprightness. And Jehovah will become a secure height for anyone crushed, a secure height in times of distress. And those knowing your name will trust in you, for you will certainly not leave those looking for you, O Jehovah. Make melody, you people, to Jehovah, who is dwelling in Zion. Tell among the peoples his deeds. For when looking for bloodshed, he will certainly remember those very ones. He is sure not to forget the outcry of the afflicted ones. Show me favor, O Jehovah. See my affliction by those hating me. O you who are lifting me up from the gates of death, in order that I may declare all your praiseworthy deeds in the gates of the daughter of Zion, that I may be joyful in your salvation. The nations have sunk down into the pit that they have made. In the net that they hid, their own foot has been caught. Jehovah is known by the judgment that he has executed. By the activity of his own hands, the wicked one has been ensnared. Higgaion. Wicked people will turn back to Sheol, even all the nations forgetting God. For not always will the poor one be forgotten, nor will the hope of the meek ones ever perish. Do arise, O Jehovah. Let not mortal man prove superior in strength. Let the nations be judged before your face. Do put fear into them, O Jehovah, that the nations may know that they are but mortal men. Psalm 10. Why, O Jehovah, do you keep standing afar off? Why do you keep yourself hid in times of distress? In his haughtiness the wicked one hotly pursues the afflicted one. They get caught by the ideas that they have thought up. For the wicked has praised himself over the selfish longing of his soul, and the one making undue profit has blessed himself. He has disrespected Jehovah. The wicked one, according to his superciliousness, makes no search. All his ideas are, there is no God. His ways keep prospering all the time. Your judicial decisions are high up out of his range. As for all those showing hostility to him, he puffs at them. He has said in his heart, I shall not be made to totter. For generation after generation I shall be one who is in no calamity. His mouth is full of oaths and of deceptions and of oppression. Under his tongue are trouble and what is hurtful. He sits in an ambush of settlements. From concealed places he will kill someone innocent. His eyes are on the lookout for someone unfortunate. He keeps lying in wait in the concealed place like a lion in his covert. He keeps lying in wait to carry off some afflicted one by force. He carries off the afflicted one by force when he draws his net shut. He is crushed, he bows down, and the army of dejected ones has to fall into his strong claws. He has said in his heart, God has forgotten. He has concealed his face. He will certainly never see it. Do arise, O Jehovah. O God, lift up your hand. Do not forget the afflicted ones. Why is it that the wicked one has disrespected God? He has said in his heart, "You will not require an accounting." For you yourself have seen trouble and vexation. You keep looking on to get them into your hand. To you, the unfortunate one, the fatherless boy commits himself. You yourself have become his helper. Break the arm of the wicked and bad one. May you search after his wickedness until you find no more. Jehovah is king to time indefinite, even forever. The nations have perished out of his earth. The desire of the meek ones you will certainly hear, O Jehovah. You will prepare their heart. You will pay attention with your ear to judge the fatherless boy and the crushed one, that mortal man who is of the earth may no more cause trembling. Psalm 11, to the Director of David. In Jehovah I have taken refuge. How dare you men say to my soul, "Flee as a bird to your mountain"? For look, the wicked ones themselves bend the bow, they do make ready their arrow upon the bowstring, to shoot in the gloom at the ones upright in heart. When the foundations themselves are torn down, what must anyone righteous do? Jehovah is in his holy temple. Jehovah in the heavens is his throne. His own eyes behold, his own beaming eyes examine the sons of men. Jehovah himself examines the righteous one as well as the wicked one, and anyone loving violence his soul certainly hates. He will rain down upon the wicked one's traps, fire and sulfur and a scorching wind as the portion of their cup. For Jehovah is righteous. He does love righteous acts. The upright are the ones that will behold his face. Psalm 12, to the Director on the lower octave, a melody of David. Do save me, O Jehovah, for the loyal one has come to an end, for faithful people have vanished from the sons of men. Untruth they keep speaking one to the other. With a smooth lip they keep speaking, even with a double heart. Jehovah will cut off all smooth lips, the tongue speaking great things, those who have said, "With our tongue we shall prevail. Our lips are with us. Who will be a master to us?" Because of the despoiling of the afflicted ones, because of the sighing of the poor ones, I shall at this time arise, says Jehovah. I shall put him in safety from anyone that puffs at him. The sayings of Jehovah are pure sayings, as silver refined in a smelting furnace of earth, clarified 7 times. You yourself, O Jehovah, will guard them. You will preserve each one from this generation to time indefinite. The wicked ones walk all around, because vileness is exalted among the sons of men. Psalm 13, to the Director, a melody of David. How long, O Jehovah, will you forget me? Forever? How long will you conceal your face from me? How long shall I set resistance in my soul, grief in my heart by day? How long will my enemy be exalted over me? Do look upon me. Answer me, O Jehovah my God. Do make my eyes shine, that I may not fall asleep in death, that my enemy may not say, I have won out over him. That my adversaries themselves may not be joyful because I am made to stagger. As for me, in your loving kindness I have trusted. Let my heart be joyful in your salvation. I will sing to Jehovah, for he has dealt rewardingly with me. Psalm 14, to the director, of David. The senseless one has said in his heart, there is no Jehovah. They have acted ruinously. They have acted detestably in their dealing. There is no one doing good. As for Jehovah, he has looked down from heaven itself upon the sons of men, to see whether there exists anyone having insight, anyone seeking Jehovah. They have all turned aside. They are all alike corrupt. There is no one doing good, not even one. Have none of the practicers of what is hurtful got knowledge, eating up my people as they have eaten bread? They have not called even upon Jehovah. There they were filled with a great dread, for Jehovah is among the generation of the righteous one. The counsel of the afflicted one you people would put to shame, because Jehovah is his refuge. Oh, that out of Zion there were the salvation of Israel. When Jehovah gathers back the captive ones of his people, let Jacob be joyful, let Israel rejoice. Psalm 15, a melody of David. O Jehovah, who will be a guest in your tent? Who will reside in your holy mountain? He who is walking faultlessly, and practicing righteousness, and speaking the truth in his heart. He has not slandered with his tongue. To his companion he has done nothing bad, and no reproach has he taken up against his intimate acquaintance. In his eyes anyone contemptible is certainly rejected, but those fearing Jehovah he honors. He has sworn to what is bad for himself, and yet he does not alter. His money he has not given out on interest, and a bribe against the innocent one he has not taken. He that is doing these things will never be made to totter. Psalm 16, a miktam of David. Keep me, O God, for I have taken refuge in you. I have said to Jehovah, you are Jehovah. My goodness is not for your sake, but to the holy ones that are in the earth. They, even the majestic ones, are the ones in whom is all my delight. Pains become many to those who, when there is someone else, do hurry after him. I shall not pour out their drink offerings of blood, and I shall not carry their names upon my lips. Jehovah is the portion of my allotted share and of my cup. You are holding fast my lot. The measuring lines themselves have fallen for me in pleasant places. Really, my own possession has proved agreeable to me. I shall bless Jehovah, who has given me advice. Really, during the nights my kidneys have corrected me. I have placed Jehovah in front of me constantly. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be made to totter. Therefore, my heart does rejoice, and my glory is inclined to be joyful. Also my own flesh will reside in security. For you will not leave my soul in Sheol. You will not allow your loyal one to see the pit. You will cause me to know the path of life. Rejoicing to satisfaction is with your face. There is pleasantness at your right hand forever. Psalm 17, a prayer of David. Do hear what is righteous, O Jehovah. Do pay attention to my entreating cry. Do give ear to my prayer without lips of deception. From before you may my judgment go forth. May your own eyes behold uprightness. You have examined my heart. You have made inspection by night. You have refined me. You will discover that I have not schemed. My mouth will not transgress. As for the activities of men, by the word of your lips I myself have watched against the paths of the robber. Let my steps take hold on your tracks, in which my footsteps will certainly not be made to totter. I myself do call upon you, because you will answer me, O God. Incline your ear to me. Hear my saying. Make your acts of loving kindnesses wonderful, O Savior of those seeking refuge from the revolters against your right hand. Keep me as the pupil of the eyeball. In the shadow of your wings may you conceal me, because of the wicked who have despoiled me. The enemies against my soul themselves keep closing in upon me. They have enclosed themselves with their own fat. With their mouth they have spoken in haughtiness. As regards our steps, now they have surrounded us. They fix their eyes to incline to the earth. His likeness is that of a lion that yearns to tear to pieces, and that of a young lion sitting in concealed places. Do rise up, O Jehovah. Do confront him to the face. Make him bow down. Do provide escape for my soul from the wicked one with your sword, from men by your hand, O Jehovah, from men of this system of things, whose share is in this life, and whose belly you fill with your concealed treasure, who are satisfied with sons, and who do lay up for their children what they leave over. As for me, in righteousness I shall behold your face. I will be satisfied on awakening to see your form. Psalm 18. To the director of Jehovah's servant, of David, who spoke to Jehovah the words of this song in the day that Jehovah had delivered him out of the palm of all his enemies and out of the hand of Saul. And he proceeded to say, I shall have affection for you, O Jehovah, my strength. Jehovah is my crag and my stronghold and the provider of escape for me. My God is my rock. I shall take refuge in him, my shield and my horn of salvation, my secure height. On the one to be praised, Jehovah, I shall call, and from my enemies I shall be saved. The ropes of death encircled me. Flash floods of good-for-nothing men also kept terrifying me. The very ropes of Sheol surrounded me. The snares of death confronted me. In my distress I kept calling upon Jehovah, and to my God I kept crying for help. Out of his temple he proceeded to hear my voice, and my own cry before him for help now came into his ears. And the earth began to shake and rock, and the foundations of the mountains themselves became agitated, and they kept shaking back and forth because he had been angered. Smoke went up at his nostrils, and fire itself from his mouth kept devouring. Coals themselves blazed forth from him. And he proceeded to bend the heavens down and descend, and thick gloom was beneath his feet. And he came riding upon a cherub and came flying, and he came darting upon the wings of a spirit. He then made darkness his concealment place, all around him as his booth, dark waters, thick clouds. Out of the brightness in front of him there were his clouds that passed by, hail and burning coals of fire. And in the heavens Jehovah began to thunder, and the Most High himself began to give his voice, hail and burning coals of fire. And he kept sending out his arrows that he might scatter them, and lightnings he shot out that he might throw them into confusion. And the stream beds of waters became visible, and the foundations of the productive land became uncovered from your rebuke, O Jehovah, from the blast of the breath of your nostrils. He was sending from on high. He was taking me. He was drawing me out of great waters. He was delivering me from my strong enemy and from those hating me, because they were stronger than I was. They kept confronting me in the day of my disaster, but Jehovah came to be as a support for me, and he proceeded to bring me out into a roomy place. He was rescuing me because he had found delight in me. Jehovah rewards me according to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands he repays me. For I have kept the ways of Jehovah, and I have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judicial decisions are in front of me, and his statutes I shall not remove from myself. And I will prove myself faultless with him, and I shall keep myself from error on my part. And let Jehovah repay me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands in front of his eyes. With someone loyal, you will act in loyalty. With the faultless, able-bodied man, you will deal faultlessly. With the one keeping clean, you will show yourself clean, and with the crooked one, you will show yourself tortuous, because the afflicted people you yourself will save, but the haughty eyes you will abase. For you yourself will light my lamp, O Jehovah. My God himself will make my darkness shine. For by you I can run against a marauder band, and by my God I can climb a wall. As for the true God, perfect is his way. The saying of Jehovah is a refined one. A shield he is to all those taking refuge in him. For who is a God besides Jehovah? And who is a rock except our God? The true God is the one girding me closely with vital energy, and he will grant my way to be perfect, making my feet like those of the hinds, and upon places high from me he keeps me standing. He is teaching my hands for warfare, and my arms have pressed down a bow of copper. And you will give me your shield of salvation, and your own right hand will sustain me, and your own humility will make me great. You will make room large enough for my steps under me, and my ankles will certainly not wobble. I shall pursue my enemies and overtake them, and I shall not return until they are exterminated. I shall break them in pieces so that they will not be able to rise up. They will fall under my feet. And you will gird me with vital energy for warfare. You will make those rising against me collapse under me. And as for my enemies, you will certainly give me the back of their neck. And as for those hating me intensely, I shall silence them. They cry for help, but there is no Savior. To Jehovah, but he actually does not answer them. And I shall pound them fine like dust before the wind. Like the mire of the streets I shall pour them out. You will provide me escape from the fault-finding of the people. You will appoint me the head of the nations. A people that I have not known, they will serve me. At mere hearsay they will be obedient to me. Foreigners themselves will come cringing to me. Foreigners themselves will fade away, and they will come quaking out from their bulwarks. Jehovah is living, and blessed be my rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. The true God is the giver of acts of vengeance to me, and he subdues the peoples under me. He is providing escape for me from my angry enemies. Above those who rise up against me, you will lift me up. From the man of violence you will deliver me. That is why I shall laud you among the nations, O Jehovah, and to your name I will make melody. He is doing great acts of salvation for his king, and exercising loving kindness to his anointed one, to David and to his seed, to time indefinite. Psalm 19, to the director, a melody of David. The heavens are declaring the glory of God, and of the work of his hands the expanse is telling. One day after another day causes speech to bubble forth, and one night after another night shows forth knowledge. There is no speech, and there are no words. No voice on their part is being heard. Into all the earth their measuring line has gone out, and to the extremity of the productive land their utterances. In them he has set a tent for the sun, and it is like a bridegroom when coming out of his nuptial chamber. It exalts as a mighty man does to run in a path. From one extremity of the heavens is its going forth, and its finished circuit is to their other extremities, and there is nothing concealed from its heat. The law of Jehovah is perfect, bringing back the soul. The reminder of Jehovah is trustworthy, making the inexperienced one wise. The orders from Jehovah are upright, causing the heart to rejoice. The commandment of Jehovah is clean, making the eyes shine. The fear of Jehovah is pure, standing forever. The judicial decisions of Jehovah are true. They have proved altogether righteous. They are more to be desired than gold, yes, than much refined gold, and sweeter than honey and the flowing honey of the combs. Also, your own servant has been warned by them. In the keeping of them there is a large reward. Mistakes, who can discern? From concealed sins pronounce me innocent. Also from presumptuous acts hold your servant back. Do not let them dominate me. In that case I shall be complete, and I shall have remained innocent from much transgression. Let the sayings of my mouth and the meditation of my heart become pleasurable before you, O Jehovah, my rock and my Redeemer. Psalm 20, to the Director, a melody of David. May Jehovah answer you in the day of distress. May the name of the God of Jacob protect you. May he send your help out of the holy place and sustain you out of Zion itself. May he remember all your gift offerings, and may he accept your burnt offerings as being fat. May he give to you according to your heart, and all your counsel may he fulfill. We will cry out joyfully because of your salvation, and in the name of our God we shall lift our banners. May Jehovah fulfill all your requests. Now I do know that Jehovah certainly saves his anointed one. He answers him from his holy heavens with the saving mighty acts of his right hand. Some concerning chariots and others concerning horses. But as for us, concerning the name of Jehovah our God we shall make mention. Those very ones have broken down and fallen, but as for us, we have risen up, that we may be restored. O Jehovah, do save the King. He will answer us in the day that we call. Psalm 21, to the Director, a melody of David. O Jehovah, in your strength the King rejoices, and in your salvation how very joyful he wants to be. The desire of his heart you have given him, and the wish of his lips you have not withheld. For you proceeded to meet him with blessings of good, and to place on his head a crown of refined gold. Life he asked of you, you gave it to him. Length of days to time indefinite, even forever. His glory is great in your salvation. Dignity and splendor you put upon him. For you constitute him highly blessed forever. You make him feel glad with the rejoicing at your face. For the King is trusting in Jehovah, even in the loving kindness of the Most High. he will not be caused to totter. Your hand will find all your enemies. Your own right hand will find those hating you. You will constitute them as a fiery furnace at the appointed time for your attention. Jehovah in his anger will swallow them up, and the fire will devour them. Their fruitage you will destroy from the very earth, and their offspring from the sons of men. For they have directed against you what is bad. They have thought out ideas that they are unable to carry out. For you will make them turn their backs in flight by your bowstrings that you make ready against their face. O be exalted in your strength, O Jehovah. We will sing and make melody to your mightiness. Psalm 22. To the director upon the hind of the dawn, a melody of David. My God, why have you left me? Why are you far from saving me from the words of my roaring? O my God, I keep calling by day, and you do not answer, and by night, and there is no silence on my part. But you are holy, inhabiting the praises of Israel. In you our fathers trusted. They trusted, and you kept providing them with escape. To you they cried out, and they got away safe. In you they trusted, and they did not come to shame. But I am a worm, and not a man, a reproach to men, and despicable to the people. As for all those seeing me, they hold me in derision. They keep opening their mouths wide. They keep wagging their head. He committed himself to Jehovah. Let him provide him with escape. Let him deliver him, since he has taken delight in him. For you were the one drawing me forth from the belly, the one making me trust while upon the breasts of my mother. Upon you I have been thrown from the womb. From the belly of my mother you have been my God. Do not keep far off from me, because distress is nearby, because there is no other helper. Many young bulls have surrounded me. The powerful ones of Bashan themselves have got around me. They have opened against me their mouth as a lion tearing in pieces and roaring. Like water I have been poured out, and all my bones have been separated from one another. My heart has become like wax. It has melted deep in my inward parts. My power has dried up, just like a fragment of earthenware, and my tongue is made to stick to my gums, and in the dust of death you are setting me. For dogs have surrounded me. The assembly of evildoers themselves have enclosed me. Like a lion they are at my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones. They themselves look. They gaze upon me. They apportion my garments among themselves, and upon my clothing they cast lots. But you, O Jehovah, O do not keep far off. O you, my strength, do make haste to my assistance. Do deliver from the sword my soul, my only one, from the very paw of the dog. Save me from the mouth of the lion, and from the horns of wild bulls you must answer and save me. I will declare your name to my brothers. In the middle of the congregation I shall praise you. You fears of Jehovah, praise him. All you, the seed of Jacob, glorify him. And be frightened at him, all you, the seed of Israel. For he has neither despised nor loathed the affliction of the afflicted one, and he has not concealed his face from him, and when he cried to him for help, he heard. From you my praise will be in the large congregation. My vows I shall pay in front of those fearing him. The meek ones will eat and be satisfied. Those seeking him will praise Jehovah. May your hearts live forever. All the ends of the earth will remember and turn back to Jehovah, and all the families of the nations will bow down before you. For the kingship belongs to Jehovah, and he is dominating the nations. All the fat ones of the earth shall eat and will bow down. Before him all those going down to the dust will bend down, and no one will ever preserve his own soul alive. A seed itself will serve him. It will be declared concerning Jehovah to the generation. They will come and tell of his righteousness to the people that is to be born, that he has done this. Psalm 23, a melody of David. Jehovah is my shepherd. I shall lack nothing. In grassy pastures he makes me lie down. By well-watered resting places he conducts me. My soul he refreshes. He leads me in the tracks of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk in the valley of deep shadow, I fear nothing bad, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff are the things that comfort me. You arrange before me a table in front of those showing hostility to me. With oil you have greased my head. My cup is well filled. Surely goodness and loving kindness themselves will pursue me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Jehovah to the length of days. Psalm 24 of David, a melody. To Jehovah belong the earth and that which fills it, the productive land and those dwelling in it. For upon the seas he himself has solidly fixed it, and upon the rivers he keeps it firmly established. Who may ascend into the mountain of Jehovah, and who may rise up in his holy place? Anyone innocent in his hands and clean in heart, who has not carried my soul to sheer worthlessness, nor taken an oath deceitfully. He will carry away blessing from Jehovah, and righteousness from his God of salvation. This is the generation of those seeking him, of those searching for your face, O God of Jacob. Raise your heads, O you gates, and raise yourselves up, O you long-lasting entrances, that the glorious King may come in. Who then is this glorious King? Jehovah strong and mighty, Jehovah mighty in battle. Raise your heads, O you gates. Yes, raise them up, O you long-lasting entrances, that the glorious King may come in. Who then is he, this glorious King? Jehovah of armies, he is the glorious King. Psalm 25 of David. To you, O Jehovah, I raise my very soul. O my God, in you have I put my trust. O may I not be ashamed. May my enemies not exult over me. Also, none of those hoping in you will be ashamed. They will be ashamed who are dealing treacherously without success. Make me know your own ways, O Jehovah. Teach me your own paths. Make me walk in your truth and teach me, for you are my God of salvation. In you I have hoped all day long. Remember your mercies, O Jehovah, and your loving kindnesses, for they are from time indefinite. The sins of my youth and my revolts, O do not remember. According to your loving kindness do you yourself remember me, for the sake of your goodness, O Jehovah. Good and upright is Jehovah. That is why he instructs sinners in the way. He will cause the meek ones to walk in his judicial decision, and he will teach the meek ones his way. All the paths of Jehovah are loving kindness and trueness for those observing his covenant and his reminders. For your name's sake, O Jehovah, you must even forgive my error, for it is considerable. Who now is the man fearful of Jehovah? He will instruct him in the way that he will choose. His own soul will lodge in goodness itself, and his own offspring will take possession of the earth. The intimacy with Jehovah belongs to those fearful of him, also his covenant, to cause them to know it. My eyes are constantly toward Jehovah, for he it is that brings my feet out of the net. Turn your face to me, and show me favor, for I am solitary and afflicted. Distresses of my heart have multiplied. From the stresses upon me, O bring me out. See my affliction and my trouble, and pardon all my sins. See how many my enemies have become, and with a violent hatred they have hated me. Do guard my soul and deliver me. May I not be ashamed, for I have taken refuge in you. Let integrity and uprightness themselves safeguard me, for I have hoped in you. O God, redeem Israel out of all his distresses. Psalm 26 of David. Judge me, O Jehovah, for I myself have walked in my own integrity, and in Jehovah I have trusted, that I may not wobble. Examine me, O Jehovah, and put me to the test. Refine my kidneys and my heart. For your loving kindness is in front of my eyes, and I have walked in your truth. I have not sat with men of untruth, and with those who hide what they are, I do not come in. I have hated the congregation of evildoers, and with the wicked ones I do not sit. I shall wash my hands in innocency itself, and I will march around your altar, O Jehovah, to cause thanksgiving to be heard aloud, and to declare all your wonderful works. Jehovah, I have loved the dwelling of your house, and the place of the residing of your glory. Do not take away my soul along with sinners, nor my life along with blood-guilty men, in whose hands there is loose conduct, and whose right hand is full of bribery. As for me, in my integrity I shall walk. O redeem me, and show me favor. My own foot will certainly stand on a level place. Among the congregated throngs, I shall bless Jehovah. Psalm 27 of David. Jehovah is my light and my salvation. Of whom shall I be in fear? Jehovah is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be in dread? When the evildoers approached against me to eat up my flesh, they being my adversaries and my enemies personally, they themselves stumbled and fell. Though against me an encampment should pitch tent, my heart will not fear. Though against me war should rise, even then I shall be trusting. One thing I have asked from Jehovah. It is what I shall look for, that I may dwell in the house of Jehovah all the days of my life, to behold the pleasantness of Jehovah, and to look with appreciation upon his temple. For he will hide me in his covert in the day of calamity. He will conceal me in the secret place of his tent. High on a rock he will put me. And now my head will be high above my enemies all around me, and I will sacrifice at his tent sacrifices of joyful shouting. I will sing and make melody to Jehovah. Hear, O Jehovah, when I call with my voice, and show me favor, and answer me. Concerning you my heart has said, seek to find my face, you people. Your face, O Jehovah, I shall seek to find. Do not conceal your face from me. Do not in anger turn your servant away. My assistance you must become. Do not forsake me, and do not leave me, O my God of salvation. In case my own father and my own mother did leave me, even Jehovah himself would take me up. Instruct me, O Jehovah, in your way, and lead me in the path of uprightness on account of my foes. Do not give me over to the soul of my adversaries, for against me false witnesses have risen up, and he who launches forth violence. If I had not had faith in seeing the goodness of Jehovah in the land of those alive. Hope in Jehovah. Be courageous, and let your heart be strong. Yes, hope in Jehovah. Psalm 28 of David. To you, O Jehovah, I keep calling. O my rock, do not be deaf to me, that you may not keep still toward me, and I do not have to become like those going down to the pit. Hear the voice of my entreaties when I cry to you for help, when I raise my hands to the innermost room of your holy place. Do not draw me along with wicked people and with practicers of what is hurtful, those who are speaking peace with their companions, but in whose hearts is what is bad. Give to them according to their acting, and according to the badness of their practices. According to the work of their hands do you give to them. Pay back to them their own doing. For they have no regard for the activities of Jehovah, nor for the work of his hands. He will tear them down and not build them up. Blessed be Jehovah, for he has heard the voice of my entreaties. Jehovah is my strength and my shield. In him my heart has trusted, and I have been helped, so that my heart exalts, and with my song I shall laud him. Jehovah is a strength to his people, and he is a stronghold of the grand salvation of his anointed one. Do save your people, and bless your inheritance, and shepherd them, and carry them to time indefinite. Psalm 29, a melody of David. Ascribe to Jehovah, O you sons of strong ones, ascribe to Jehovah glory and strength. Ascribe to Jehovah the glory of his name. Bow down to Jehovah in holy adornment. The voice of Jehovah is over the waters. The glorious God himself has thundered. Jehovah is over many waters. The voice of Jehovah is powerful. The voice of Jehovah is splendid. The voice of Jehovah is breaking the cedars. Yes, Jehovah breaks the cedars of Lebanon in pieces, and he makes them skip about like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like the sons of wild bulls. The voice of Jehovah is hewing with the flames of fire. The voice of Jehovah itself makes the wilderness writhe. Jehovah makes the wilderness of Kadesh writhe. The voice of Jehovah itself makes the hinds writhe with birth pains, and strips bare the forests. And in his temple each one is saying, Glory! Upon the deluge Jehovah has seated himself, and Jehovah sits as king to time indefinite. Jehovah himself will give strength indeed to his people. Jehovah himself will bless his people with peace. Psalm 30, a melody, a song of inauguration of the house of David. I shall exalt you, O Jehovah, for you have drawn me up, and you have not let my enemies rejoice over me. O Jehovah my God, I cried to you for help, and you proceeded to heal me. O Jehovah, you have brought up my soul from Sheol itself. You have kept me alive, that I should not go down into the pit. Make melody to Jehovah, O you loyal ones of his. Give thanks to his holy memorial. Because being under his anger is for a moment. Being under his good will is for a lifetime. In the evening weeping may take up lodging, but in the morning there is a joyful cry. As for me, I have said in my ease, never shall I be made to totter. O Jehovah, in your goodwill you have made my mountain to stand in strength. You concealed your face. I became one that is disturbed. To you, O Jehovah, I kept calling, and to Jehovah I kept making entreaty for favor. What profit is there in my blood when I go down to the pit? Will the dust lodge you? Will it tell of your trueness? Hear, O Jehovah, and show me favor. O Jehovah, prove yourself my helper. You have changed my mourning into dancing for me. You have loosened my sackcloth, and you keep me girded with rejoicing, in order that my glory may make melody to you, and not keep silent. O Jehovah my God, to time indefinite I will laud you. Psalm 31, to the director, a melody of David. In you, O Jehovah, have I taken refuge. Oh, may I never be ashamed. In your righteousness provide escape for me. Incline to me your ear. Deliver me speedily. Become for me a rocky stronghold, a house of strongholds, to save me. For you are my crag and my stronghold, and for the sake of your name you will lead me and conduct me. You will bring me out of the net that they have hidden for me, for you are my fortress. Into your hand I entrust my spirit. You have redeemed me, O Jehovah, the God of truth. I do hate those paying regard to worthless, vain idols, but as for me, in Jehovah I do trust. I will be joyful and rejoice in your loving kindness, in that you have seen my affliction. You have known about the distresses of my soul, and you have not surrendered me into the hand of the enemy. You have made my feet stand in a roomy place. Show me favor, O Jehovah, for I am in sore straits. With vexation my eye has become weak, my soul and my belly. For with grief my life has come to an end, and my years in sighing. Because of my error, my power has stumbled, and my very bones have become weak. From the standpoint of all those showing hostility to me, I become a reproach, and to my neighbors very much so, and a dread to my acquaintances. When seeing me out of doors, they have fled from me. Like someone dead, and not in the heart, I have been forgotten. I have become like a damaged vessel, for I have heard the bad report by many, fright being on all sides. When they mass together as one against me, it is to take away my soul that they do scheme. But in you I have put my trust, O Jehovah. I have said, you are my God. My times are in your hand. Deliver me from the hand of my enemies, and from those pursuing me. Do cause your face to shine upon your servant. Save me in your loving kindness. O Jehovah, may I not be ashamed, for I have called on you. May the wicked ones be ashamed. May they keep silent in Sheol. May false lips become speechless, that are speaking against the righteous one, unrestrainedly in haughtiness and contempt. How abundant your goodness is, which you have treasured up for those fearing you, which you have rendered to those taking refuge in you, in front of the sons of men. You will conceal them in the secret place of your person, from the banding together of men. You will hide them in your booth from the quarreling of tongues. Blessed be Jehovah, for he has rendered wonderful loving kindness to me in a city under stress. As for me, I said when I became panicky, I shall certainly be exterminated from in front of your eyes. Surely you have heard the voice of my entreaties when I cried to you for help. O love Jehovah, all you loyal ones of his. The faithful ones Jehovah is safeguarding, but he is rewarding exceedingly anyone showing haughtiness. Be courageous, and may your heart be strong, all you who are waiting for Jehovah. Psalm 32 of David, Maskil. Happy is the one whose revolt is pardoned, whose sin is covered. Happy is the man to whose account Jehovah does not put error, and in whose spirit there is no deceit. When I kept silent, my bones wore out through my groaning all day long. For day and night your hand was heavy upon me. My life's moisture has been changed as in the dry heat of summer. My sin I finally confessed to you, and my error I did not cover. I said, I shall make confession over my transgressions to Jehovah. And you yourself pardoned the error of my sins. On this account every loyal one will pray to you, at such a time only as you may be found. As for the flood of many waters, they will not touch him himself. You are a place of concealment for me. You will safeguard me from distress itself. With joyful cries at providing escape, you will surround me. I shall make you have insight and instruct you in the way you should go. I will give advice with my eye upon you. Do not make yourselves like a horse or a mule without understanding, whose spiritedness is to be curbed even by bridle or halter before they will come near to you. Many are the pains that the wicked one has, but as for the one trusting in Jehovah, loving kindness itself surrounds him. Rejoice in Jehovah, and be joyful, you righteous ones, and cry out joyfully, all you who are upright in heart. Psalm 33. Cry out joyfully, O you righteous ones, because of Jehovah. On the part of the upright ones, praise is fitting. Give thanks to Jehovah on the harp. On an instrument of 10 strings, make melody to him. Sing to him a new song. Do your best at playing on the strings along with joyful shouting. For the word of Jehovah is upright, and all his work is in faithfulness. He is a lover of righteousness and justice. With the loving kindness of Jehovah, the earth is filled. By the word of Jehovah the heavens themselves were made, and by the spirit of his mouth all their army. He is gathering as by a dam the waters of the sea, putting in storehouses the surging waters. Let all those of the earth be in fear of Jehovah. At him let all the inhabitants of the productive land be frightened. For he himself said, and it came to be. He himself commanded, and it proceeded to stand so. Jehovah himself has broken up the counsel of the nations. He has thwarted the thoughts of the peoples. To time indefinite, the very counsel of Jehovah will stand. The thoughts of his heart are to one generation after another generation. Happy is the nation whose God is Jehovah, the people whom he has chosen as his inheritance. From the heavens Jehovah has looked. He has seen all the sons of men. From the established place where he dwells, he has gazed at all those dwelling on the earth. He is forming their hearts altogether. He is considering all their works. There is no king save by the abundance of military forces. A mighty man himself is not delivered by the abundance of power. The horse is a deception for salvation, and by the abundance of its vital energy, it does not afford escape. Look, The eye of Jehovah is toward those fearing him, to those waiting for his loving kindness, to deliver their soul from death itself, and to preserve them alive in famine. Our very soul has been in expectation of Jehovah. Our helper and our shield he is. For in him our heart rejoices, for in his holy name we have put our trust. Let your loving kindness, O Jehovah, prove to be upon us, even as we have kept waiting for you. Psalm 34, of David, at the time of his disguising his sanity before Abimelech, so that he drove him out, and he went away. I will bless Jehovah at all times. Constantly his praise will be in my mouth. In Jehovah my soul will make its boast. The meek ones will hear and will rejoice. O magnify Jehovah with me, you people, and let us exalt his name together. I inquired of Jehovah, and he answered me, and out of all my frights he delivered me. They looked to him and became radiant, and their very faces could not possibly be ashamed. This afflicted one called, and Jehovah himself heard, and out of all his distresses he saved him. The angel of Jehovah is camping all around those fearing him, and he rescues them. Taste and see that Jehovah is good, O you people. Happy is the able-bodied man that takes refuge in him. Fear Jehovah, you holy ones of his, for there is no lack to those fearing him. The maned young lions themselves have had little on hand and gone hungry, but as for those seeking Jehovah, they will not lack anything good. Come, you sons, listen to me. The fear of Jehovah is what I shall teach you. Who is the man that is delighting in life, that is loving enough days to see what is good? Safeguard your tongue against what is bad, and your lips against speaking deception. Turn away from what is bad, and do what is good. Seek to find peace, and pursue it. The eyes of Jehovah are toward the righteous ones, and his ears are toward their cry for help. The face of Jehovah is against those doing what is bad, to cut off the mention of them from the very earth. They cried out, and Jehovah himself heard, and out of all their distresses he delivered them. Jehovah is near to those that are broken at heart, and those who are crushed in spirit he saves. Many are the calamities of the righteous one, but out of them all Jehovah delivers him. He is guarding all the bones of that one. Not one of them has been broken. Calamity will put the wicked one himself to death, and the very ones hating the righteous one will be held guilty. Jehovah is redeeming the soul of his servants, and none of those taking refuge in him will be held guilty. Psalm 35, of David. Do conduct my case, O Jehovah, against my opponents. War against those warring against me. Take hold of buckler and large shield, and do rise up in assistance of me, and draw spear and double axe to meet those pursuing me. Say to my soul, I am your salvation. May those be shamed and humiliated who are hunting for my soul. May those be turned back and be abashed who are scheming calamity for me. May they become like chaff before the wind, and let Jehovah's angel be pushing them along. Let their way become darkness and slippery places, and let Jehovah's angel be pursuing them. For without cause they have hid for me their netted pit. Without cause they have dug it for my soul. Let ruin come upon him without his knowing, and let his own net that he hid catch him. with ruin let him fall into it. But let my own soul be joyful in Jehovah. Let it exult in his salvation. Let all my bones themselves say, O Jehovah, who is there like you, delivering the afflicted one from one stronger than he is, and the afflicted and poor one from the one robbing him? Violent witnesses rise up. What I have not known, they ask me. They reward me with bad for good, bereavement to my soul. As for me, when they became ill, my clothing was sackcloth. With fasting I afflicted my soul, and upon my bosom my own prayer would return. As for a companion, as for a brother of mine, I walked about like one mourning for a mother. Saddened, I bowed down. But at my limping they rejoiced and gathered together. They gathered together against me, striking me down when I did not know it. They ripped me to pieces and did not keep silent. Among the apostate mockers for a cake, there was a grinding of their teeth even against me. O Jehovah, how long will you keep seeing it? Do bring back my soul from their ravages, even my only one from the maned young lions. I will laud you in the big congregation. Among a numerous people I shall praise you. Oh, may those who for no reason are my enemies not rejoice over me. As for those hating me without cause, let them not wink the eye. For it is not peace that they speak, but against the quiet ones of the earth, things of deception they keep scheming. And they open wide their mouth even against me. They have said, Aha! Aha! Our eye has seen it. You have seen, O Jehovah. Do not keep silent. O Jehovah, do not keep yourself far from me. Do arouse yourself and awake to my judgment, O my God, even Jehovah, to my case at law. Judge me according to your righteousness, O Jehovah my God, and may they not rejoice over me. Oh, may they not say in their heart, Aha, our soul. May they not say, We have swallowed him up. Let those be ashamed and abashed altogether who are joyful at my calamity. Let those be clothed with shame and humiliation who are assuming great airs against me. Let those cry out joyfully and rejoice who are delighting in my righteousness, and let them say constantly, Let Jehovah be magnified, who takes delight in the peace of his servant. And let my own tongue utter in an undertone your righteousness, all day long your praise. Psalm 36, to the director of Jehovah's servant David. The utterance of transgression to the wicked one is in the midst of his heart. There is no dread of God in front of his eyes. For he has acted too smoothly to himself in his own eyes to find out his error so as to hate it. The words of his mouth are hurtfulness and deception. He has ceased to have insight for doing good. Hurtfulness is what he keeps scheming upon his bed. He stations himself on a way that is not good. What is bad, he does not reject. O Jehovah, your loving kindness is in the heavens. Your faithfulness is up to the clouds. Your righteousness is like mountains of God. Your judicial decision is a vast watery deep. Man and beast you save, O Jehovah. How precious your loving kindness is, O God! And in the shadow of your wings the sons of men themselves take refuge. They drink their fill of the fatness of your house, and of the torrent of your pleasures you cause them to drink. for with you is the source of life. By light from you we can see light. Continue your loving kindness to those knowing you, and your righteousness to those upright in heart. O may not the foot of haughtiness come against me. As for the hand of wicked people, let it not make me a wanderer. There the practicers of hurtfulness have fallen. They have been pushed down and have been unable to get up. Psalm 37 of David. Do not show yourself heated up because of the evildoers. Do not be envious of those doing unrighteousness. For like grass they will speedily wither, and like green new grass they will fade away. Trust in Jehovah, and do good. Reside in the earth, and deal with faithfulness. Also take exquisite delight in Jehovah, and he will give you the requests of your heart. Roll upon Jehovah your way, and rely upon him, and he himself will act. And he will certainly bring forth your righteousness as the light itself, and your justice as the midday. Keep silent before Jehovah, and wait longingly for him. Do not show yourself heated up at anyone making his way successful, at the man carrying out his ideas. Let anger alone and leave rage. Do not show yourself heated up only to do evil. For evildoers themselves will be cut off, but those hoping in Jehovah are the ones that will possess the earth. And just a little while longer, and the wicked one will be no more. And you will certainly give attention to his place, and he will not be. But the meek ones themselves will possess the earth, and they will indeed find their exquisite delight in the abundance of peace. The wicked one is plotting against the righteous one, and at him he is grinding his teeth. Jehovah himself will laugh at him, for he certainly sees that his day will come. The wicked ones have drawn a sword itself, and have bent their bow to cause the afflicted and poor one to fall, to slaughter those who are upright in their way. Their own sword will enter into their heart, and their own bows will be broken. Better is the little of the righteous one than the abundance of the many wicked ones. For the very arms of the wicked ones will be broken, but Jehovah will be supporting the righteous ones. Jehovah is aware of the days of the faultless ones, and their very inheritance will continue even to time indefinite. They will not be ashamed in the time of calamity, and in the days of famine they will be satisfied. For the wicked themselves will perish, and the enemies of Jehovah will be like the preciousness of pastures. They must come to their end. In smoke they must come to their end. The wicked one is borrowing and does not pay back, but the righteous one is showing favor and is making gifts. For those being blessed by him will themselves possess the earth, but those upon whom evil is called by him will be cut off. By Jehovah the very steps of an able-bodied man have been made ready, and in his way he takes delight. Although he may fall, he will not be hurled down, for Jehovah is supporting his hand. A young man I used to be, I have also grown old, and yet I have not seen any one righteous left entirely, nor his offspring looking for bread. All day long he is showing favor and lending, and so his offspring are in line for a blessing. Turn away from what is bad, and do what is good, and so reside to time indefinite. For Jehovah is a lover of justice, and he will not leave his loyal ones. To time indefinite they will certainly be guarded, but as for the offspring of the wicked ones, they will indeed be cut off. The righteous themselves will possess the earth, and they will reside forever upon it. The mouth of the righteous is the one that utters wisdom in an undertone, and his is the tongue that speaks justly. The law of his God is in his heart. His steps will not wobble. The wicked one is keeping on the watch for the righteous, and is seeking to put him to death. As for Jehovah, he will not leave him to the hand of that one, and he will not pronounce him wicked when he is being judged. Hope in Jehovah, and keep his way, and he will exalt you to take possession of the earth. When the wicked ones are cut off, you will see it. I have seen the wicked a tyrant, and spreading himself as a luxuriant tree in native soil. And yet he proceeded to pass away, and there he was not, and I kept seeking him, and he was not found. Watch the blameless one, and keep the upright one in sight, for the future of that man will be peaceful. But the transgressors themselves will certainly be annihilated together. The future of wicked people will indeed be cut off. And the salvation of the righteous ones is from Jehovah. He is their fortress in the time of distress. And Jehovah will help them and provide them with escape. He will provide them with escape from wicked people and save them, because they have taken refuge in him. Psalm 38, a melody of David, to bring to remembrance. O Jehovah, do not in your indignation reprove me, nor in your rage correct me. For your own arrows have sunk themselves deep into me, and upon me your hand is come down. There is no sound spot in my flesh because of your denunciation. There is no peace in my bones on account of my sin. For my own errors have passed over my head. Like a heavy load, they are too heavy for me. My wounds have become stinky. They have festered because of my foolishness. I have become disconcerted. I have bowed low to an extreme degree. All day long I have walked about sad. For my very loins have become full of burning, and there is no sound spot in my flesh. I have grown numb and become crushed to an extreme degree. I have roared due to the groaning of my heart. O Jehovah, in front of you is all my desire, and from you my sighing itself has not been concealed. My own heart has palpitated heavily. My power has left me, and the light of my own eyes also is not with me. As for my lovers and my companions, they keep standing away from my plague, and my close acquaintances themselves have stood off at a distance. But those seeking my soul lay out traps, and those working for a calamity to me have spoken of adversities and deceptions that keep muttering all day long. As for me, like someone deaf, I would not listen, and like someone speechless, I would not open my mouth. And I came to be like a man that was not hearing, and in my mouth there were no counter-arguments. For on you, O Jehovah, I waited. You yourself proceeded to answer, O Jehovah my God. For I said, otherwise they would rejoice at me. When my foot moved unsteadily, they would certainly assume great airs against me. For I was ready to limp, and my pain was in front of me constantly. For I proceeded to tell about my own error. I began to be anxious over my sin. And my enemies who are alive became mighty, and those hating me for no reason became many. And they were rewarding me with bad for good. They kept resisting me in return for my pursuing what is good. Do not leave me, O Jehovah. O my God, do not keep far away from me. Do make haste to my assistance, O Jehovah, my salvation. Psalm 39, to the director of Jeduthun, a melody of David. I said, I will guard my ways to keep from sinning with my tongue. I will set a muzzle as a guard to my own mouth, as long as anyone wicked is in front of me. I became speechless with silence. I kept quiet from what is good, and my being pained was ostracized. My heart grew hot inside me. During my sighing, the fire kept burning. I spoke with my tongue. Cause me, O Jehovah, to know my end, and the measure of my days, what it is, that I may know how transient I am. Look, you have made my days just a few, and my life's duration is as nothing in front of you. Surely every earthling man, though standing firm, is nothing but an exhalation. Surely in a semblance man walks about. Surely they are boisterous in vain. One piles up things and does not know who will be gathering them. And now, for what have I hoped, O Jehovah? My expectation is toward you. From all my transgressions, deliver me. Do not set me as a reproach of the senseless one. I kept speechless. I could not open my mouth, for you yourself acted. Remove from off me your plague. Due to the hostility of your hand, I myself have come to an end. By reproofs against error you have corrected man, and you consume his desirable things just as a moth does. Surely every earthling man is an exhalation. Do hear my prayer, O Jehovah, and to my cry for help do give ear. At my tears do not keep silent. For I am but an alien resident with you, a settler the same as all my forefathers. Look away from me, that I may brighten up before I go away, and I am not. Psalm 40, to the director, of David, a melody. I earnestly hoped in Jehovah, and so he inclined his ear to me, and heard my cry for help. He also proceeded to bring me up out of a roaring pit, out of the mire of the sediment. Then he raised up my feet upon a crag. He firmly established my steps. Further, he put in my mouth a new song, praise to our God. Many will see it and will fear, and they will trust in Jehovah. Happy is the able-bodied man that has put Jehovah as his trust, and that has not turned his face to defiant people, nor to those falling away to lies. Many things you yourself have done, O Jehovah my God. Even your wonderful works and your thoughts toward us, there is none to be compared to you. Were I inclined to tell and speak of them, they have become more numerous than I can recount. Sacrifice and offering you did not delight in. These ears of mine you opened up. Burnt offering and sin offering you did not ask for. In view of that, I said, Here I have come, in the roll of the book it being written about me. To do your will, O my God, I have delighted, and your law is within my inward parts. I have told the good news of righteousness in the big congregation. Look, my lips I do not restrain. O Jehovah, you yourself know that well. Your righteousness I have not covered over within my heart. Your faithfulness and your salvation I have declared. I have not hidden your loving kindness and your trueness in the big congregation. You yourself, O Jehovah, do not restrain your pity from me. Let your loving kindness and your trueness themselves constantly safeguard me. For calamities encircled me until there was no numbering of them. More errors of mine overtook me than I was able to see. They became more numerous than the hairs of my head, and my own heart left me. Be pleased, O Jehovah, to deliver me. O Jehovah, to my assistance do make haste. May those be ashamed and abashed altogether who are seeking my soul to sweep it away. May those turn back and be humiliated who are delighting in my calamity. Let those stare in amazement in consequence of their shame who are saying to me, Aha! Aha! Let those exult and rejoice in you, all those who are seeking you. Let those say constantly, May Jehovah be magnified. Those who are loving salvation by you. But I am afflicted and poor. Jehovah himself takes account of me. You are my assistance and the provider of escape from me. O my God, do not be too late. Psalm 41, to the Director, a melody of David. Happy is anyone acting with consideration toward the lowly one. In the day of calamity, Jehovah will provide escape for him. Jehovah himself will guard him and preserve him alive. He will be pronounced happy in the earth, and you cannot possibly give him over to the soul of his enemies. Jehovah himself will sustain him upon a divan of illness. All his bed you will certainly change during his sickness. As for me, I said, O Jehovah, show me favor. Do heal my soul, for I have sinned against you. As for my enemies, they say what is bad concerning me. When will he die and his name actually perish? And if one does come to see me, untruth is what his heart will speak. He will gather up for himself something hurtful. He will go out. On the outside he will speak of it. Unitedly against me all those hating me whisper to one another. Against me they keep scheming something bad for me. A good-for-nothing thing is poured out upon him. Now that he is lain down, he will not get up again. Also the man at peace with me, in whom I trusted, who was eating my bread, has magnified his heel against me. As for you, O Jehovah, show me favor and cause me to get up, that I may pay them back. By this I do know that you have found delight in me, because my enemy does not shout in triumph over me. As for me, because of my integrity you have upheld me, and you will set me before your face to time indefinite. Blessed be Jehovah the God of Israel, from time indefinite even to time indefinite. Amen and amen. Book 2. Psalm 42, to the Director, Maskil, for the sons of Korah. As the hind that longs for the water streams, so my very soul longs for you, O God. My soul indeed thirsts for God, for the living God. When shall I come and appear before God? To me my tears have become food day and night, while they say to me all day long, Where is your God? These things I will remember, and I will pour out my soul within me. For I used to pass along with the throng. I used to walk slowly before them to the house of God, with the voice of a joyful cry and thanksgiving, of a crowd celebrating a festival. Why are you in despair, O my soul? And why are you boisterous within me? Wait for God, for I shall yet laud him as the grand salvation of my person. O my God, within me my very soul is in despair. That is why I remember you, from the land of Jordan and the peaks of Hermon, from the little mountain. Watery deep to watery deep is calling at the sound of your waterspouts. All your breakers and your waves, over me they have passed. By day Jehovah will command his loving kindness, and by night his song will be with me. There will be prayer to the God of my life. I will say to God my crag, why have you forgotten me? Why do I walk sad because of the oppression of the enemy? With murder against my bones, those showing hostility to me have reproached me, while they say to me all day long, where is your God? Why are you in despair, O my soul, and why are you boisterous within me? Wait for God, for I shall yet laud him as the grand salvation of my person and as my God. Psalm 43. Judge me, O God, and do conduct my legal case against a nation not loyal. From the man of deception and unrighteousness may you provide me with escape. For you are the God of my fortress. Why have you cast me off? Why do I walk about sad because of the oppression by the enemy? Send out your light and your truth. May these themselves lead me. May they bring me to your holy mountain and to your grand tabernacle. And I will come to the altar of God, to God, my exultant rejoicing. And I will laud you on the harp, O God, my God. Why are you in despair, O my soul? And why are you boisterous within me? Wait for God, for I shall yet laud him as the grand salvation of my person and as my God. Psalm 44. To the director of the sons of Korah, Maskil. O God, with our ears we have heard. Our forefathers themselves have recounted to us the activity that you performed in their days, in the days of long ago. You yourself by your hand drove away even nations, and you proceeded to plant them instead. You went breaking national groups and sending them away. For it was not by their own sword that they took possession of the land, and their own arm was not what brought them salvation. For it was your right hand and your arm and the light of your face, because you took pleasure in them. You yourself are my king, O God. Command grand salvation for Jacob. By you we shall push our adversaries themselves. In your name we shall tread down those rising up against us. For it was not in my bow that I kept trusting, and it was not my sword that was saving me. For you saved us from our adversaries, and those intensely hating us you put to shame. In God we will offer praise all day long, and to time indefinite your name we shall laud. But now you have cast off and keep humiliating us, and you do not go forth with our armies. You keep making us turn back from the adversary, and the very ones intensely hating us have pillaged for themselves. You give us up like sheep as something to eat, and among the nations you have scattered us. You sell your people for no value at all, and you have made no wealth by the price for them. You set us as a reproach to our neighbors, a derision and jeering to those all around us. You set us as a proverbial saying among the nations, a shaking of the head among the national groups. All day long my humiliation is in front of me, and the shame of my own face has covered me, due to the voice of the one reproaching and speaking abusively, because of the enemy and the one taking his revenge. All this is what has come upon us, and we have not forgotten you, and we have not acted falsely in your covenant. Our heart has not turned faithlessly back, nor do our footsteps deviate from your path. For you have crushed us in the place of jackals, and you cover us over with deep shadow. If we have forgotten the name of our God, or we spread out our palms to a strange god, will not God himself search this out? For he is aware of the secrets of the heart. But for your sake we have been killed all day long. We've been accounted as sheep for slaughtering. Do arouse yourself. Why do you keep sleeping, O Jehovah? Do awake. Do not keep casting off forever. Why do you keep your very face concealed? Why do you forget our affliction and our oppression? For our soul has bowed down to the dust itself. Our belly has clung to the very earth. Do arise in assistance to us, and redeem us for the sake of your loving kindness. Psalm 45, to the director upon the lilies, of the sons of Korah, Maskil, a song of the beloved women. My heart has become astir with a goodly matter. I am saying, my works are concerning a king. May my tongue be the stylus of a skilled copyist. You are indeed more handsome than the sons of men. Charm has been poured out upon your lips. That is why God has blessed you to time indefinite. Gird your sword upon your thigh, O mighty one, with your dignity and your splendor. And in your splendor go on to success. Ride in the cause of truth and humility and righteousness, and your right hand will instruct you in fear-inspiring things. Your arrows are sharp. Under you peoples keep falling, in the heart of the enemies of the king. God is your throne to time indefinite, even forever. The scepter of your kingship is a scepter of uprightness. You have loved righteousness, and you hate wickedness. That is why God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of exaltation more than your partners. All your garments are myrrh, and aloes wood, and cassia. Out from the grand ivory palace, stringed instruments themselves have made you rejoice. The daughters of kings are among your precious women. The queenly consort has taken her stand at your right hand in gold of Ophir. Listen, O daughter, and see, and incline your ear, and forget your people and your father's house. And the king will long for your prettiness, for he is your Lord. So bow down to him. The daughter of Tyre also with a gift. The rich ones of the people will soften your own face. The king's daughter is all glorious within the house. Her clothing is with settings of gold. In woven apparel she will be brought to the king. The virgins in her train as her companions are being brought in to you. They will be brought with rejoicing and joyfulness. They will enter into the palace of the king. In place of your forefathers, there will come to be your sons, whom you will appoint as princes in all the earth. I will make mention of your name throughout all generations to come. That is why peoples themselves will laud you to time indefinite, even forever. Psalm 46. To the Director of the sons of Korah upon the maidens, a song. God is for us a refuge and strength, a help that is readily to be found during distresses. That is why we shall not fear, though the earth undergo change, and though the mountains totter into the heart of the vast sea, though its waters be boisterous, foam over, though the mountains rock at its uproar. There is a river, the streams of which make the city of God rejoice, the holiest grand tabernacle of the Most High. God is in the midst of the city. It will not be made to totter. God will help it at the appearance of morning. The nations became boisterous. The kingdoms tottered. He sounded with his voice. The earth proceeded to melt. Jehovah of armies is with us. The God of Jacob is a secure height for us. Come, you people, behold the activities of Jehovah, how he has set astonishing events on the earth. He is making wars to cease to the extremity of the earth. The bow he breaks apart and does cut the spear in pieces. The wagons he burns in the fire. Give in, you people, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. Jehovah of armies is with us. The God of Jacob is a secure height for us. Psalm 47. To the Director of the sons of Korah, a melody. All you peoples, clap your hands. Shout in triumph to God with the sound of a joyful cry. For Jehovah the Most High is fear-inspiring, a great king over all the earth. He will subdue peoples under us and national groups under our feet. He will choose for us our inheritance, the pride of Jacob, whom he has loved. God has ascended with joyful shouting, Jehovah with the sound of the horn. Make melody to God. Make melody. Make melody to our King. Make melody. For God is King of all the earth. Make melody, acting with discretion. God has become king over the nations. God himself has taken his seat upon his holy throne. The nobles of the peoples themselves have gathered together with the people of the God of Abraham. For to God the shields of the earth belong. He is very high in his ascent. Psalm 48, a song, a melody of the sons of Korah. Jehovah is great and much to be praised in the city of our God, in his holy mountain. Pretty for loftiness, the exaltation of the whole earth is Mount Zion on the remote sides of the north, the town of the grand King. In her dwelling towers God himself has become known as a secure height. For look, the kings themselves have met by appointment. They have passed by together. They themselves saw, and so they were amazed. They got disturbed. They were sent running in panic. Trembling itself took hold of them there, birth pangs like those of a woman giving birth. With an east wind you wrecked the ships of Tarshish. Just as we have heard, so we have seen in the city of Jehovah of armies, in the city of our God. God himself will firmly establish it to time indefinite. We have pondered, O God, over your loving kindness in the midst of your temple. Like your name, O God, so your praise is to the borders of the earth. Your right hand is full of righteousness itself. May Mount Zion rejoice. May the dependent towns of Judah be joyful on account of your judicial decisions. March around Zion, you people, and go about it, count its towers. Set your hearts upon its rampart. Inspect its dwelling towers, in order that you may recount it to the future generation. For this God is our God to time indefinite, even forever. He himself will guide us until we die. Psalm 49, to the director of the sons of Korah, a melody. Hear this, all you peoples. Give ear, all you inhabitants of the system of things, you sons of humankind as well as you sons of man, you rich one and you poor one together. My own mouth will speak things of wisdom, and the meditation of my heart will be of things of understanding. To a proverbial utterance I shall incline my ear. On a harp I shall open up my riddle. Why should I be afraid in the days of evil, when the very air of my supplanters surrounds me? Those who are trusting in their means of maintenance, and who keep boasting about the abundance of their riches, not one of them can by any means redeem even a brother, nor give to God a ransom for him. And the redemption price of their soul is so precious that it has ceased to time indefinite, that he should still live forever and not see the pit. For he sees that even the wise ones die. Together the stupid one and the unreasoning one perish, and they must leave to others their means of maintenance. Their inward wish is that their houses may be to time indefinite, their tabernacles to generation after generation. They have called their landed estates by their names. And yet earthling man, though in honor, cannot keep lodging. He is indeed comparable with the beasts that have been destroyed. This is the way of those who have stupidity, and of those coming after them, who take pleasure in their very mouthings. Like sheep they have been appointed to Sheol itself. Death itself will shepherd them, and the upright ones will have them in subjection in the morning, and their forms are due to wear away. Sheol, rather than a lofty abode, is for each one. However, God himself will redeem my soul from the hand of Sheol, for he will receive me. Do not be afraid because some man gains riches, because the glory of his house increases, for at his death he cannot take along anything at all. His glory will not go down along with him himself. For during his lifetime he kept blessing his own soul. And people will laud you because you do well for yourself. His soul finally comes only as far as the generation of his forefathers. Nevermore will they see the light. Earthling man, although in honor, who does not understand, is indeed comparable with the beasts that have been destroyed. Psalm 50, a melody of Asaph. The Divine One, God, Jehovah, has himself spoken, and he proceeds to call the earth from the rising of the sun until its setting. Out of Zion, the perfection of prettiness, God himself has beamed forth. Our God will come and cannot possibly keep silent. Before him there devours a fire, and all around him it has become exceedingly stormy weather. He calls to the heavens above and to the earth, so as to execute judgment on his people. Gather to me my loyal ones, those concluding my covenant over sacrifice. And the heavens tell of his righteousness, for God himself is judge. Do listen, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will bear witness against you. I am God, your God. Not concerning your sacrifices do I reprove you, nor concerning your whole burnt offerings that are in front of me constantly. I will not take out of your house a bull, out of your pens he-goats. For to me belongs every wild animal of the forest, the beasts upon 1,000 mountains. I well know every winged creature of the mountains, and the animal throngs of the open field are with me. If I were hungry, I would not say it to you, for to me the productive land and its fullness belong. Shall I eat the flesh of powerful bulls, and the blood of he-goats shall I drink? Offer thanksgiving as your sacrifice to God, and pay to the Most High your vows, and call me in the day of distress. I shall rescue you, and you will glorify me. But to the wicked one, God will have to say, what right do you have to enumerate my regulations, and that you may bear my covenant in your mouth? Why, you have hated discipline, and you keep throwing my words behind you. Whenever you saw a thief, you were even pleased with him, and your sharing was with adulterers. Your mouth you have let loose to what is bad, and your tongue you keep attached to deception. You sit and speak against your own brother, against the son of your mother you give away a fault. These things you have done, and I kept silent. You imagined that I would positively become like you. I am going to reprove you, and I will set things in order before your eyes. Understand this, please, you forgetters of God, that I may not tear you to pieces without there being any deliverer. The one offering thanksgiving as his sacrifice is the one that glorifies me. And as for the one keeping a set way, I will cause him to see salvation by God. Psalm 51, to the director, a melody of David. When Nathan the prophet came into him after he had had relations with Bathsheba. Show me favor, O God, according to your loving kindness. According to the abundance of your mercies, wipe out my transgressions. Thoroughly wash me from my error, and cleanse me even from my sin. For my transgressions I myself know, and my sin is in front of me constantly. Against you, you alone I have sinned, and what is bad in your eyes I have done, in order that you may prove to be righteous when you speak, that you may be in the clear when you judge. Look, with error I was brought forth with birth pains, and in sin my mother conceived me. Look, you have taken delight in truthfulness itself in the inward parts, and in the secret self may you cause me to know sheer wisdom. May you purify me from sin with hyssop, that I may be clean. May you wash me, that I may become whiter even than snow. May you cause me to hear exultation and rejoicing, that the bones that you have crushed may be joyful. Conceal your face from my sins, and wipe out even all my errors. Create in me even the pure heart, O God, and put within me a new spirit, a steadfast one. Do not throw me away from before your face, and your Holy Spirit, O do not take away from me. Do restore to me the exaltation of salvation by you, and may you support me even with a willing spirit. I will teach transgressors your ways, that sinners themselves may turn right back to you. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, the God of my salvation, that my tongue may joyfully tell about your righteousness. O Jehovah, may you open these lips of mine, that my own mouth may tell forth your praise. For you do not take delight in sacrifice, otherwise I would give it. In whole burnt offering you do not find pleasure. The sacrifices to God are a broken spirit, a heart broken and crushed, O God, you will not despise. In your goodwill, do deal well with Zion. May you build the walls of Jerusalem. In that case you will be delighted with sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt sacrifice and whole offering. In that case bulls will be offered up on your very own altar. Psalm 52. To the director, Maskil, of David, when Doeg the Edomite came and proceeded to tell Saul, and say to him that David had come to the house of Ahimelech. Why do you make your boast over what is bad, O you mighty one? The loving kindness of God is all day long. Adversities your tongue schemes up, sharpened like a razor, working deceitfully. You have loved what is bad more than what is good, falsehood more than speaking righteousness. You have loved all devouring words, O you deceitful tongue. God himself will also pull you down forever. He will knock you down and tear you away from your tent, and he will certainly root you out of the land of the living ones. And the righteous ones will see it and will be afraid, and over him they will laugh. Here is the able-bodied man that does not put God as his fortress, but that trusts in the abundance of his riches, that takes shelter in adversities by him. But I shall be like a luxuriant olive tree in God's house. I do trust in the loving kindness of God to time indefinite, even forever. I will laud you to time indefinite, for you have taken action, and I shall hope in your name, because it is good in front of your loyal ones. Psalm 53. To the director over Mahalath, Maskil, of David. The senseless one has said in his heart, There is no Jehovah. They have acted ruinously, and have acted detestably in unrighteousness. There is no one doing good. As for God, he has looked down from heaven itself upon the sons of men, to see whether there exists anyone having insight, anyone seeking Jehovah. They have all of them turned back. They are all alike corrupt. There is no one doing good, not even one. Have none of the practicers of what is hurtful got knowledge, eating up my people as they have eaten bread? They have not called even upon Jehovah. There they were filled with a great dread, where there had proved to be no dread. For God himself will certainly scatter the bones of anyone camping against you. You will certainly put them to shame, for Jehovah himself has rejected them. Oh, that out of Zion there were the grand salvation of Israel. When Jehovah gathers back the captive ones of his people, let Jacob be joyful, let Israel rejoice. Psalm 54. To the director on stringed instruments, Maskil, of David. When the Ziphites came in and proceeded to say to Saul, Is not David concealing himself with us? O God, by your name save me, and with your mightiness may you plead my cause. O God, hear my prayer. Do give ear to the sayings of my mouth. For there are strangers that have risen up against me, and tyrants that do seek my soul. They have not set God in front of them. Look, God is my helper. Jehovah is among those supporting my soul. He will repay the bad to my foes. In your trueness silence them. In willingness I will sacrifice to you. I shall laud your name, O Jehovah, for it is good. For out of every distress he delivered me, and upon my enemies my eye has looked. Psalm 55. To the Director on Stringed Instruments, Maskil, of David. Do give ear, O God, to my prayer, and do not hide yourself from my request for favor. Do pay attention to me, and answer me. I am driven restlessly about by my concern, and I cannot but show disquietude, due to the voice of the enemy, because of the pressure of the wicked one. For they keep dropping upon me what is hurtful, and in anger they harbor animosity against me. My very heart is in severe pain within me, and the frights of death itself have fallen upon me. Fear, yes, trembling itself enters into me, and shuddering covers me. And I keep saying, "Oh, that I had wings as a dove has! I would fly away and reside. Look, I would go far away in flight. I would lodge in the wilderness. I would hasten to a place of escape from me, from the rushing wind, from the tempest." Confuse, O Jehovah, divide their tongue, for I have seen violence and disputing in the city. Day and night they go round about it upon its walls, and hurtfulness and trouble are within it. Adversities are within it, and from its public square oppression and deception have not moved away. For it was not an enemy that proceeded to reproach me. Otherwise I could put up with it. It was not an intense hater of me that assumed great airs against me. Otherwise I could conceal myself from him. But it was you, a mortal man who was as my equal, one familiar to me and my acquaintance, because we used to enjoy sweet intimacy together. Into the house of God we used to walk with the throng. Desolations be upon them. Let them go down into Sheol alive, for during their alien residence bad things have been within them. As for me, to God I shall call out, and Jehovah himself will save me. Evening and morning and noontime I cannot but show concern, and I moan, and he hears my voice. He will certainly redeem and put my soul in peace from the fight that is against me, for in multitudes they have come to be against me. God will hear and answer them, even he that is sitting enthroned as in the past, those with whom there are no changings, and who have not feared God. He has thrust out his hands against those at peace with him. He has profaned his covenant. Smoother than butter are the words of his mouth, but his heart is disposed to fight. His words are softer than oil, but they are drawn swords. Throw your burden upon Jehovah himself, and he himself will sustain you. Never will he allow the righteous one to totter. But you yourself, O God, will bring them down to the lowest pit. As for blood-guilty and deceitful men, they will not live out half their days. But as for me, I shall trust in you. Psalm 56. To the Director on the Silent Dove among those far away, of David, Miktam, when the Philistines laid hold of him in Gath. Show me favor, O God, because mortal man has snapped at me. Warring all day long, he keeps oppressing me. My foes have kept snapping all day long, for there are many warring against me high-mindedly. Whatever day I get afraid, I, for my part, shall trust even in you. In union with God I shall praise his word. In God I have put my trust. I shall not be afraid. What can flesh do to me? All day long they keep hurting my personal affairs. All their thoughts are against me for bad. They attack. They conceal themselves. They, for their part, keep observing my very steps while they have waited for my soul. On account of their hurtfulness, cast them forth. In anger, bring down even the peoples, O God. My being a fugitive, you yourself have reported. Do put my tears in your skin bottle. Are they not in your book? At that time my enemies will turn back on the day that I call. This I well know, that God is for me. In union with God I shall praise his word. In union with Jehovah I shall praise his word. In God I have put my trust. I shall not be afraid. What can earthling man do to me? Upon me, O God, there are vows to you. I shall render expressions of thanksgiving to you. For you have delivered my soul from death. Have you not delivered my feet from stumbling, that I may walk about before God in the light of those alive? Psalm 57. To the Director, do not bring to ruin. Of David, Michtam, when he ran away because of Saul, into the cave. Show me favor, O God, show me favor, for in you my soul has taken refuge, and in the shadow of your wings I take refuge until the adversities pass over. I call to God the Most High, to the true God, who is bringing them to an end on my account. He will send from heaven and save me. He will certainly confuse the one snapping at me. God will send his loving kindness and his trueness. My soul is in the middle of lions. I cannot but lie down among devourers, even the sons of men, whose teeth are spears and arrows, and whose tongue is a sharp sword. Oh, be exalted above the heavens, O God. Let your glory be above all the earth. A net they have prepared for my steps. My soul has become bowed down. They excavated before me a pitfall. They have fallen into the midst of it. My heart is steadfast, O God. My heart is steadfast. I will sing and make melody. Do awake, O my glory. Do awake, O stringed instrument. You too, O harp. I will awaken the dawn. I shall laud you among the peoples, O Jehovah. I shall make melody to you among the national groups. For your loving kindness is great up to the heavens, and your trueness up to the skies. Do be exalted above the heavens, O God. Let your glory be above all the earth. Psalm 58. To the Director, do not bring to ruin. Of David, Michtam. In your silence, can you really speak about righteousness itself? Can you judge in uprightness itself, O you sons of men? How much rather do you with the heart practice outright unrighteousness in the earth, and prepare the road for the very violence of your hands? The wicked ones have been perverts from the womb. They have wandered about from the belly onward. They are speaking lies. The venom of theirs is like the venom of the serpent, deaf, like the cobra that stops up its ear, that will not listen to the voice of charmers, though someone wise is binding with spells. O God, knock out their teeth in their mouth. Break down the very jawbones of maned young lions, O Jehovah. May they dissolve as into waters that go their way. May he bend the bow for his arrows as they collapse. Like a snail melting away he walks. Like a miscarriage of a woman, they will certainly not behold the sun. Before your pots feel the kindled bramble, the live green as well as the burning, he will carry them off as a stormy wind. The righteous one will rejoice because he has beheld the vengeance. His steps he will bathe in the blood of the wicked one. And mankind will say, surely there is fruitage for the righteous one. Surely there exists a God that is judging in the earth. Psalm 59. To the director, do not bring to ruin. Of David, Miktam. When Saul sent, and they kept watching the house to put him to death. Deliver me from my enemies, O my God. From those rising up against me, may you protect me. Deliver me from the practicers of what is hurtful, and from blood-guilty men save me. For look, they have lain in wait for my soul. Strong ones make an attack upon me. For no revolt on my part, nor any sin on my part, O Jehovah. Though there is no error, they run and get themselves ready. Do rouse yourself at my calling, and see. And you, O Jehovah God of armies, are the God of Israel. Do wake up to turn your attention to all the nations. Do not show favor to any hurtful traitors. They keep returning at evening time. They keep barking like a dog and go all around the city. Look, they make a bubbling forth with their mouth. Swords are on their lips. For who is listening? But you yourself, O Jehovah, will laugh at them. You will hold all the nations in derision. O my strength, toward you I will keep watch, for God is my secure height. The God of loving kindness to me will himself confront me. God himself will cause me to look upon my foes. Do not kill them, that my people may not forget. By your vital energy make them wander about, and bring them down, O our shield, Jehovah, for the sin of their mouth, the word of their lips, and may they be caught in their pride, even for the cursing and the deception that they rehearse. Bring them to an end in rage. Bring them to an end that they may not be, and may they know that God is ruling in Jacob to the ends of the earth. And let them return at evening time. Let them bark like a dog and go all around the city. Let those very ones wander about for something to eat. Let them not be satisfied or stay overnight. But as for me, I shall sing of your strength, and in the morning I shall joyfully tell about your loving kindness. For you have proved to be a secure height for me, and a place to which to flee in the day of my distress. O my strength, to you I will make melody, for God is my secure height, the God of loving kindness to me. Psalm 60. To the director on the lily of reminder, Miktam, of David, for teaching. When he engaged in a struggle with Aram-Naharaim and Aram-Zobah and Joab, proceeded to return and strike down Edom in the valley of Salt, even 12,000. O God, you have cast us off, you have broken through us, you have become incensed. You should restore us. You have caused the earth to rock, you have split it open. Heal its breaches, for it has tottered. You have caused your people to see hardship. You have made us drink wine, sending us reeling. You have given to those fearing you a signal to flee zigzag on account of the bow, in order that your beloved ones may be rescued. O do save with your right hand and answer us. God himself has spoken in his holiness. I will exult. I will give out Shechem as a portion, and the low plain of Succoth I shall measure off. Gilead belongs to me, and Manasseh belongs to me, and Ephraim is the fortress of my head one. Judah is my commander's staff. Moab is my washing pot. Over Edom I shall throw my sandal. Over Philistia I shall shout in triumph. Who will bring me to the besieged city? Who will certainly lead me as far as Edom? Is it not you, O God, who have cast us off, and who do not go forth with our armies as God? Do give us assistance from distress, as salvation by earthling man is worthless. By God we shall gain vital energy, and he himself will tread down our adversaries. Psalm 61, to the Director on Stringed Instruments of David. Do hear, O God, my entreating cry. Do pay attention to my prayer. From the extremity of the earth I shall cry, even to you, when my heart grows feeble. Onto a rock that is higher than I am, may you lead me. For you have proved to be a refuge for me, a strong tower in the face of the enemy. I will be a guest in your tent for times indefinite. I will take refuge in the concealment of your wings. For you yourself, O God, have listened to my vows. You have given me the possession of those fearing your name. Days you will add to the days of the king. His years will be like generation after generation. He will dwell to time indefinite before God. O assign loving kindness and trueness, that these may safeguard him. So I will make melody to your name forever, that I may pay my vows day after day. Psalm 62, to the Director of Jeduthun, a melody of David. Indeed, toward God is my soul waiting in silence. From him my salvation is. Indeed, he is my rock and my salvation, my secure height. I shall not be made to totter very much. How long will you carry on frantically against the man whom you would murder? All of you are like a leaning wall, a stone wall that is being pushed in. Indeed, they give advice so as to allure from one's own dignity. They take pleasure in a lie. With their mouth they bless, but inside themselves they call down evil. Indeed, toward God wait silently, O my soul, because from him is my hope. Indeed, he is my rock and my salvation, my secure height. I shall not be made to totter. Upon God are my salvation and my glory. My strong rock, my refuge is in God. Trust in him at all times, O people. Before him pour out your heart. God is a refuge for us. Indeed, the sons of earthling man are an exhalation. The sons of mankind are a lie. When laid upon the scales, they are altogether lighter than an exhalation. Do not put your trust in defrauding, nor become vain in sheer robbery. In case the means of maintenance should thrive, do not set your heart on them. Once God has spoken, twice I have heard even this, that strength belongs to God. Also loving kindness belongs to you, O Jehovah, for you yourself pay back to each one according to his work. Psalm 63, a melody of David when he happened to be in the wilderness of Judah. O God, you are my God. I keep looking for you. My soul does thirst for you. For you my flesh is grown faint with longing, in a land dry and exhausted, where there is no water. Thus I have beheld you in the holy place, at seeing your strength and your glory. Because your loving kindness is better than life, my own lips will commend you. Thus I shall bless you during my lifetime. In your name I shall raise my palms. As with the best part, even fatness, my soul is satisfied, and with lips of joyful cries, my mouth offers praise. When I have remembered you upon my lounge, during the night watches, I meditate on you. For you have proved to be of assistance to me, and in the shadow of your wings I cry out joyfully. My soul has closely followed you. On me your right hand keeps fast hold. As for those who keep seeking my soul for its ruin, they will come into the lowest parts of the earth. They will be delivered over to the power of the sword. They will become a mere portion for foxes. And the king himself will rejoice in God. Everyone swearing by him will boast, for the mouth of those speaking falsehood will be stopped up. Psalm 64, to the director, a melody of David. Hear, O God, my voice and my concern. From the dreadfulness of the enemy may you safeguard my life. May you conceal me from the confidential talk of evildoers, from the tumult of practicers of hurtfulness, who have sharpened their tongue just like a sword, who have aimed their arrow, bitter speech, to shoot from concealed places at someone blameless. All of a sudden they shoot at him, and do not fear. They hold themselves down to bad speech. They make statements about hiding traps. They have said, who sees them? They keep searching out unrighteous things. They have hidden a shrewd device well searched out, and the inward part of each one, even his heart, is deep. But God will shoot at them with an arrow suddenly. Wounds have resulted to them, and they cause one to stumble. But their tongue is against their own selves. All those looking upon them will shake their head, and all earthling men will become afraid, and they will tell of the activity of God, and they will certainly have insight into his work. And the righteous one will rejoice in Jehovah, and will indeed take refuge in him, and all the upright in heart will boast. Psalm 65, to the director, a melody of David, a song. For you there is praise, silence, O God in Zion, and to you the vow will be paid. O hearer of prayer, even to you people of all flesh will come. Things of error have proved mightier than I am. As for our transgressions, you yourself will cover them. Happy is the one you choose and cause to approach, that he may reside in your courtyards. We will certainly be satisfied with the goodness of your house, the holy place of your temple. With fear-inspiring things in righteousness you will answer us, O God of our salvation, the trust of all the borders of the earth and those far away on the sea. He is firmly establishing the mountains with his power. He is indeed girded with mightiness. He is stilling the noise of the seas, the noise of their waves, and the turmoil of the national groups. And the inhabitants of the uttermost parts will be afraid of your signs. The goings forth of the morning and evening you cause to cry out joyfully. You have turned your attention to the earth, that you may give it abundance. You enrich it very much. The stream from God is full of water. You prepare their grain. for that is the way you prepare the earth. There is a drenching of its furrows, a leveling off of its clods. With copious showers you soften it, you bless its very sprouts. You have crowned the year with your goodness, and your very tracks drip with fatness. The pasture grounds of the wilderness keep dripping, and with joyfulness the very hills gird themselves. The pastures have become clothed with flocks, and the low plains themselves are enveloped with grain. They shout in triumph, yes, they sing. Psalm 66, to the director, a song, a melody. Shout in triumph to God, all you people of the earth. Make melody to the glory of his name. Render his praise glorious. Say to God, how fear-inspiring your works are. Because of the abundance of your strength, your enemies will come cringing to you. All people of the earth will bow down to you, and they will make melody to you. They will make melody to your name. Come, you people, and see the activities of God. His dealing with the sons of men is fear-inspiring. He has changed the sea into dry land. Through the river they went crossing over on foot. There we began to rejoice in him. He is ruling by his mightiness to time indefinite. Upon the nations his own eyes keep watch. As for those who are stubborn, let them not be exalted in themselves. Bless our God, O you peoples, and cause the voice of praise to him to be heard. He is setting our soul in life, and he has not allowed our foot to totter. For you have examined us, O God. You have refined us as when refining silver. You have brought us into a hunting net. You have put pressure on our hips. You have made mortal man to ride over our head. We have come through fire and through water, and you proceeded to bring us forth to relief. I shall come into your house with whole burnt offerings. I shall pay to you my vows that my lips have opened up to say, and that my mouth has spoken when I was in sore straits. Whole burnt offerings of fatlings I shall offer up to you, with the sacrificial smoke of rams. I shall render up a bull with he-goats. Come, listen, all you who fear God, and I will relate what he has done for my soul. To him I called with my mouth, and there was an extolling with my tongue. If I have regarded anything hurtful in my heart, Jehovah will not hear me. Truly God has heard. He has paid attention to the voice of my prayer. Blessed be God, who has not turned aside my prayer, nor his loving kindness from me. Psalm 67, to the director on stringed instruments, a melody, a song. God himself will show us favor and bless us. He will make his face shine upon us, that your way may be known in the earth, your salvation even among all the nations. Let peoples laud you, O God. Let the peoples, all of them, laud you. Let national groups rejoice and cry out joyfully. For you will judge the peoples with uprightness. And as for national groups, on the earth you will lead them. Let peoples laud you, O God. Let peoples, all of them, laud you. The earth itself will certainly give its produce. God, our God, will bless us. God will bless us, and all the ends of the earth will fear him. Psalm 68, to the director, of David, a melody, a song. Let God arise, let his enemies be scattered, and let those who intensely hate him flee because of him. As smoke is driven away, may you drive them away. As wax melts because of the fire, let the wicked ones perish from before God. But as for the righteous, let them rejoice. Let them be elated before God, and let them exult with rejoicing. Sing you to God. Make melody to his name. Raise up a song to the one riding through the desert plains, as Jah, which is his name, and jubilate before him. A father of fatherless boys, and a judge of widows, is God in his holy dwelling. God is causing the solitary ones to dwell in a house. He is bringing forth prisoners into full prosperity. However, as for the stubborn, they have to reside in a scorched land. O God, when you went forth before your people, when you marched through the desert, the earth itself rocked. Heaven itself also dripped because of God. This Sinai rocked because of God, the God of Israel. A copious downpour you began causing to fall, O God. Your inheritance, even when it was weary, you yourself reinvigorated it. Your tent community, they have dwelt in it. With your goodness you proceeded to make it ready for the afflicted one, O God. Jehovah himself gives the saying. The women telling the good news are a large army. Even the kings of armies flee. They flee. As for her who abides at home, she shares in the spoil. Although you men kept lying between the camp ash heaps, there will be the wings of a dove covered with silver, and its pinions with yellowish green gold. When the Almighty One scattered abroad the kings in it, it began to snow in Zalmon. The mountainous region of Bashan is a mountain of God. The mountainous region of Bashan is a mountain of peaks. Why do you, O you mountains of peaks, keep watching enviously the mountain that God has desired for himself to dwell in? Even Jehovah himself will reside there forever. The war chariots of God are in tens of thousands, thousands over and over again. Jehovah himself has come from Sinai into the holy place. You have ascended on high. You have carried away captives. You have taken gifts in the form of men, yes, even the stubborn ones, to reside among them, O Jah God. Blessed be Jehovah, who daily carries the load for us, the true God of our salvation. The true God is for us a God of saving acts, and to Jehovah the sovereign Lord belong the ways out from death. Indeed, God himself will break the head of his enemies in pieces, the hairy crown of the head of anyone walking about in his guiltiness. Jehovah has said, From Bashan I shall bring back. I shall bring them back from the depths of the sea, in order that you may wash your foot in blood, that the tongue of your dogs may have its portion from the enemies. They have seen your processions, O God, the processions of my God, my King, into the holy place. The singers went in front, the players on stringed instruments after them. In between were the maidens beating tambourines. In congregated throngs bless God Jehovah, O you who are from the source of Israel. There is little Benjamin subduing them, the princes of Judah with their shouting crowd, the princes of Zebulun, the princes of Naphtali. Your God has laid command upon your strength. Do show strength, O God, you who have acted for us. Because of your temple at Jerusalem, kings will bring gifts to you yourself. Rebuke the wild beast of the reeds, the assembly of bulls, with the calves of the peoples, each one stamping down on pieces of silver. He has scattered the peoples that take delight in fights. Bronzeware things will come out of Egypt. Cush itself will quickly stretch out its hands with gifts to God. O you kingdoms of the earth, sing to God, make melody to Jehovah, to the one riding on the ancient heaven of heavens. Lo, he sounds with his voice, a strong voice. Ascribe strength to God. Over Israel his eminence is, and his strength is in the clouds. God is fear-inspiring out of your grand sanctuary. The God of Israel he is, giving strength, even might to the people. Blessed be God. Psalm 69, to the Director on the Lilies, of David. Save me, O God, for the waters have come clear to the soul. I have sunk down in deep mire, where there is no standing ground. I have come into profound waters, and a flowing stream itself has washed me away. I have become tired by my calling out. My throat has become hoarse. My eyes have failed while waiting for my God. Those hating me without a cause have become even more than the hairs of my head. Those bringing me to silence, being my enemies for no reason, have become numerous. What I had not taken by robbery, I then proceeded to give back. O God, you yourself have come to know my foolishness, and from you my own guiltiness has not been hidden. Oh, may those hoping in you not be ashamed because of me, O sovereign Lord Jehovah of armies. Oh, may those seeking you not be humiliated because of me, O God of Israel. For on your account I have borne reproach. Humiliation has covered my face. I have become one estranged to my brothers, and a foreigner to the sons of my mother. For sheer zeal for your house has eaten me up, and the very reproaches of those reproaching you have fallen upon me. And I proceeded to weep with the fasting of my soul, but it came to be for reproaches to me. When I made sackcloth my clothing, then I became to them a proverbial saying. Those sitting in the gate began concerning themselves about me, and I was the subject of the songs of drinkers of intoxicating liquor. But as for me, my prayer was to you, O Jehovah, at an acceptable time, O God. In the abundance of your loving kindness, answer me with the truth of salvation by you. Deliver me from the mire, that I may not sink down. Oh, may I be delivered from those hating me, and from the deep waters. Oh, may not the flowing stream of waters wash me away, nor the depth swallow me up, nor the well close its mouth over me. Answer me, O Jehovah, for your loving kindness is good. According to the multitude of your mercies, turn to me, and do not conceal your face from your servant. Because I am in sore straits, answer me quickly. Do come near to my soul, reclaim it. On account of my enemies, redeem me. You yourself have come to know my reproach and my shame and my humiliation. All those showing hostility to me are in front of you. Reproach itself has broken my heart, and the wound is incurable. And I kept hoping for someone to show sympathy, but there was none, and for comforters, but I found none. But for food they gave me a poisonous plant, and for my thirst they tried to make me drink vinegar. Let their table before them become a trap, and what is for their welfare a snare. Let their eyes become darkened so as not to see, and cause their very hips to wobble constantly. Pour out upon them your denunciation, and may your own burning anger overtake them. Let their walled camp become desolate. In their tents may there come to be no dweller. For the one whom you yourself have struck they have pursued, and the pains of those pierced by you they keep recounting. Do give error upon their error, and may they not come into your righteousness. Let them be wiped out of the book of the living ones, and with the righteous ones may they not be written in. But I am afflicted and aching. May your own salvation, O God, protect me. I will praise the name of God with song, and I will magnify him with thanksgiving. This will also be more pleasing to Jehovah than a bull, than a young bull displaying horns, splitting the hoof. The meek ones will certainly see it. They will rejoice. You who are seeking God, let your heart also keep alive. For Jehovah is listening to the poor ones, and he will indeed not despise his very own prisoners. Let heaven and earth praise him, the seas and everything moving about in them. For God himself will save Zion, and will build the cities of Judah, and they will certainly dwell there and take possession of it. And the offspring of his servants themselves will inherit it, and those loving his name will be the ones to reside in it. Psalm 70, to the Director, of David, to bring to remembrance. O God, to deliver me, O Jehovah, to my assistance do make haste. May those be ashamed and abashed who are seeking my soul. May those turn back and be humiliated who are taking delight in my calamity. May those go back by reason of their shame who are saying, Aha! Aha! May those exult and rejoice in you, all of whom are seeking you. And may they say constantly, God be magnified, those loving your salvation. But I am afflicted and poor. O God, do act quickly for me. You are my help and the provider of escape from me. O Jehovah, do not be too late. Psalm 71. In you, O Jehovah, I have taken refuge. O may I never be ashamed. In your righteousness may you deliver me and provide me with escape. Incline to me your ear, and save me. Become to me a rock fortress into which to enter constantly. You must command to save me, for you are my crag and my stronghold. O my God, provide me with escape from the hand of the wicked one, from the palm of the one acting unjustly and oppressively. For you are my hope, O sovereign Lord Jehovah, my confidence from my youth. Upon you I have supported myself from the belly. You are the one severing me even from the inward parts of my mother. In you my praise is constantly. I have become just like a miracle to many people, but you are my strong refuge. My mouth is filled with your praise, all day long with your beauty. Do not throw me away in the time of old age. Just when my power is failing, do not leave me. For my enemies have said in regard to me, and the very ones keeping watch for my soul have jointly exchanged counsel, saying, God himself has left him. Pursue and catch him, for there is no deliverer. O God, do not keep far away from me. O my God, do hurry to my assistance. May those be ashamed May those come to their end who are resisting my soul. May those cover themselves with reproach and humiliation who are seeking calamity for me. But as for me, I shall wait constantly, and I will add to all your praise. My own mouth will recount your righteousness, all day long your salvation, for I have not come to know the numbers of them. I shall come in grand mightiness, O sovereign Lord Jehovah. I shall mention your righteousness, yours alone. O God, you have taught me from my youth on, and until now I keep telling about your wonderful works. And even until old age and gray-headedness, O God, do not leave me, until I may tell about your arm to the generation, to all those who are to come, about your mightiness. Your righteousness, O God, is up to the height. As respects the great things that you have done, O God, who is like you? Because you have made me see many distresses and calamities, may you revive me again, and from the watery deeps of the earth may you again bring me up. May you enlarge my greatness, and may you surround and comfort me. I, too, I shall laud you on an instrument of a stringed sort, as regards your trueness, O my God. I will make melody to you on the harp, O Holy One of Israel. My lips will cry out joyfully when I am inclined to make melody to you, even my soul that you have redeemed. Also my own tongue all day long will utter in an undertone your righteousness, for they have become ashamed, for they have become abashed who are seeking calamity for me. Psalm 72, regarding Solomon. O God, give your own judicial decisions to the king, and your righteousness to the son of the king. May he plead the cause of your people with righteousness, and of your afflicted ones with judicial decision. Let the mountains carry peace to the people, also the hills, through righteousness. Let him judge the afflicted ones of the people. Let him save the sons of the poor one, and let him crush the defrauder. They will fear you as long as there is a sun, and before the moon for generation after generation. He will descend like the rain upon the mown grass, like copious showers that wet the earth. In his days the righteous one will sprout, and the abundance of peace until the moon is no more. And he will have subjects from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth. Before him the inhabitants of waterless regions will bow down, and his very enemies will lick the dust itself. The kings of Tarshish and of the islands, tribute they will pay. The kings of Sheba and of Seba, a gift they will present. And to him all the kings will prostrate themselves. All the nations, for their part, will serve him. For he will deliver the poor one crying for help, also the afflicted one, and whoever has no helper. He will feel sorry for the lowly one and the poor one, and the souls of the poor ones he will save. From oppression and from violence he will redeem their soul, and their blood will be precious in his eyes. And let him live. And to him let some of the gold of Sheba be given, and in his behalf let prayer be made constantly. All day long let him be blessed. There will come to be plenty of grain on the earth. On the top of the mountains there will be an overflow. His fruit will be as in Lebanon, and those who are from the city will blossom like the vegetation of the earth. Let his name prove to be to time indefinite. Before the sun let his name have increase, and by means of him let them bless themselves. Let all nations pronounce him happy. Blessed be Jehovah God, Israel's God, who alone is doing wonderful works. And blessed be his glorious name to time indefinite, and let his glory fill the whole earth. Amen and amen. The prayers of David, the son of Jesse, have come to their end. Book 3. Psalm 73, a melody of Asaph. God is indeed good to Israel, to those clean in heart. As for me, my feet had almost turned aside. My steps had nearly been made to slip. For I became envious of the boasters when I would see the very peace of wicked people. For they have no deathly pangs, and their paunch is fat. They are not even in the trouble of mortal man, and they are not plagued the same as other men. Therefore haughtiness has served as a necklace to them. Violence envelops them as a garment. Their eye has bulged from fatness. They have exceeded the imaginations of the heart. They scoff and speak about what is bad. About defrauding they speak in an elevated style. They have put their mouth in the very heavens, and their tongue itself walks about in the earth. Therefore he brings his people back hither, and the waters of what is full are drained out for them. And they have said, How has God come to know? And does there exist knowledge in the Most High? Look, these are the wicked who are at ease indefinitely. They have increased their means of maintenance. Surely it is in vain that I have cleansed my heart, and that I wash my hands in innocence itself. And I came to be plagued all day long, and my correction is every morning. If I had said, I will tell a story like that, look, against the generation of your sons I should have acted treacherously. And I kept considering so as to know this. It was a trouble in my eyes until I proceeded to come into the grand sanctuary of God. I wanted to discern their future. Surely on slippery ground is where you placed them. You have made them fall to ruins. Oh, how they have become an object of astonishment as in a moment. How they have reached their end, have been brought to their finish through sudden terrors. Like a dream after a waking, O Jehovah, so when arousing yourself you will despise their very image. For my heart was soured, and in my kidneys I was sharply pained, and I was unreasoning, and I could not know. I became as mere beasts from your standpoint. But I am constantly with you. You have taken hold of my right hand. With your counsel you will lead me, and afterward you will take me even to glory. Whom do I have in the heavens? And besides you, I do have no other delight on the earth. My organism and my heart have failed. God is the rock of my heart, and my share to time indefinite. For look, the very ones keeping away from you will perish. You will certainly silence every one immorally leaving you. But as for me, the drawing near to God is good for me. In the sovereign Lord Jehovah I have placed my refuge to declare all your works. Psalm 74, a maskil of Asaph. Why, O God, have you cast off forever? Why does your anger keep smoking against the flock of your pasturage? Remember your assembly that you acquired long ago, the tribe that you redeemed as your inheritance, this Mount Zion in which you have resided. Do lift up your steps to the long-lasting desolations. everything the enemy has treated badly in the holy place. Those showing hostility to you have roared in the middle of your meeting place. They have set their own signs as the signs. One is notorious in being like him that brings up axes on high against a thicket of trees, and now the very engravings of it, one and all, they strike even with hatchet and iron-tipped beams. They have thrust your sanctuary into the fire itself. They have profaned the tabernacle of your name to the very earth. They, even their offspring, have said together in their own heart, all the meeting places of God must be burned in the land. Our signs we have not seen. There is no prophet any more, and there is no one with us knowing how long. How long, O God, will the adversary keep reproaching? Will the enemy keep treating your name with disrespect forever? Why do you keep your hand, even your right hand, withdrawn from the midst of your bosom to make an end of us? And yet God is my King from long ago, the one performing grand salvation in the midst of the earth. You yourself stirred up the sea with your own strength. You broke the heads of the sea monsters in the waters. You yourself crushed to pieces the heads of Leviathan. You proceeded to give it as food to the people, to those inhabiting the waterless regions. You were the one that split the spring and the torrent. You yourself dried up ever-flowing rivers. To you the day belongs. Also to you the night belongs. You yourself prepared the luminary, even the sun. It was you that set up all the boundaries of the earth, summer and winter. You yourself formed them. Remember this. The enemy himself has reproached, O Jehovah, and a senseless people have treated your name with disrespect. Do not give to the wild beast the soul of your turtle dove. Do not forget the very life of your afflicted ones forever. Take a look at the covenant, for the dark places of the earth have become full of the abodes of violence. Oh, may the crushed one not return humiliated. May the afflicted one and the poor one praise your name. Do arise, O God. Do conduct your own case at law. Remember your reproach from the senseless one all day long. Do not forget the voice of those showing hostility to you. The noise of those rising up against you is ascending constantly. Psalm 75. To the Director. Do not bring to ruin. A melody of Asaph. A song. We give thanks to you, O God. We give thanks to you, and your name is near. Men have to declare your wondrous works. For I proceeded to take a set time. I myself began judging with uprightness. The earth and all its inhabitants being dissolved, it was I that adjusted its pillars. I said to the foolish ones, do not be foolish. And to the wicked ones, do not exalt the horn. Do not exalt your horn on high. Do not speak with an arrogant neck. For neither from the east nor from the west, nor from the south is there an exalting. For God is the judge. This one he abases, and that one he exalts. For there is a cup in the hand of Jehovah, and the wine is foaming, it is full of mixture, and he will surely pour out its dregs from it. All the wicked ones of the earth will drain them out, drink them. But as for me, I shall tell of it to time indefinite. I will make melody to the God of Jacob, and all the horns of the wicked ones I shall cut down. The horns of the righteous one will be exalted. Psalm 76. To the director on stringed instruments, a melody of Asaph, a song. God is known in Judah, in Israel his name is great. And his covert proves to be in Salem itself, and his dwelling place in Zion. There he broke the flaming shafts of the bow, the shield and the sword and the battle. You are enveloped with light, more majestic than the mountains of prey. The ones powerful in heart have been despoiled, they have drowsed away to their sleep, and none of all the valiant men have found their hands. From your rebuke, O God of Jacob, both the charioteer and the horse have fallen fast asleep. You, fear-inspiring you are, and who can stand before you because of the strength of your anger? From heaven you caused the legal contest to be heard. The earth itself feared and kept quiet when God rose up to judgment to save all the meek of the earth. For the very rage of man will laud you. The remainder of raging you will gird upon yourself. Vow and pay to Jehovah your God, all you who are round about him. Let them bring a gift in fear. He will humble the spirit of leaders. Fear-inspiring he is to the kings of the earth. Psalm 77. To the director on Jeduthun, of Asaph, a melody. With my voice I will even cry out to God himself, with my voice to God, and he will certainly give ear to me. In the day of my distress I have searched for Jehovah himself. At night my very hand has been stretched out and does not grow numb. My soul has refused to be comforted. I will remember God and be boisterous. I will show concern, that my spirit may faint away. You have seized hold of my eyelids. I have become agitated, and I cannot speak. I have thought upon the days of long ago, on the years and the indefinite past. I will remember my string music in the night. With my heart I will show concern, and my spirit will carefully search. Will it be to times indefinite that Jehovah keeps casting off, and will he no more be pleased again? Has his loving kindness terminated forever? Has his saying come to nothing for generation after generation? Has God forgotten to be favorable, or has he shut off his mercies in anger? And shall I keep saying, this is what pierces me through, the changing of the right hand of the Most High? I shall remember the practices of Jah, for I will remember your marvelous doing of long ago, and I shall certainly meditate on all your activity, and with your dealings I will concern myself. O God, your way is in the holy place. Who is a great God like God? You are the true God, doing marvelously. Among the peoples you have made your strength known. With your arm you have recovered your people, the sons of Jacob and of Joseph. The waters have seen you, O God. The waters have seen you. They began to be in severe pains. Also the watery deeps began to be agitated. The clouds have thunderously poured down water, a sound the cloudy skies have given forth. Also your own arrows proceeded to go here and there. The sound of your thunder was like chariot wheels. Lightnings have lighted up the productive land. The earth became agitated and began to rock. Through the sea your way was, and your path was through many waters, and your very footprints have not come to be known. You have led your people just like a flock by the hand of Moses and Aaron. Psalm 78, Mazkil, of Asaph. Do give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ear to the sayings of my mouth. In a proverbial saying I will open my mouth. I will cause riddles of long ago to bubble forth, which we have heard and know, and which our own fathers have related to us, which we do not hide from their sons, relating them even to the generation to come, the praises of Jehovah and his strength and his wonderful things that he has done. And he proceeded to raise up a reminder in Jacob, and a law he set in Israel, things that he commanded our forefathers, to make them known to their sons, in order that the generation to come, the sons that were to be born, might know them, that they might rise up and relate them to their sons, and that they might set their confidence in God himself, and not forget the practices of God, but observe his own commandments. And they should not become like their forefathers, a generation stubborn and rebellious, a generation who had not prepared their heart, and whose spirit was not trustworthy with God. The sons of Ephraim, though armed shooters of the bow, retreated in the day of fight. They did not keep the covenant of God, and in his law they refused to walk. They also began to forget his dealings and his wonderful works that he caused them to see. In front of their forefathers he had done marvelously in the land of Egypt, the field of Zoan. He split the sea, that he might let them pass over, and he caused the waters to stand like a dam. And he continued to lead them with a cloud by day, and the whole night with a light of fire. He proceeded to split rocks in the wilderness, that he might cause them to drink in abundance, just like watery deeps. And he went bringing forth streams out of a crag, and causing waters to descend just like rivers. And they kept sinning still more against him, by rebelling against the Most High in the waterless region. And they proceeded to test God in their heart, by asking for something to eat for their soul. So they began to speak against God. They said, "Is God able to arrange a table in the wilderness? Look, he struck a rock that waters might flow and torrents themselves might flood forth. Is he able also to give bread itself, or can he prepare sustenance for his people?" That was why Jehovah heard and began to be furious, and fire itself was kindled against Jacob, and anger also ascended against Israel. For they did not put faith in God, and they did not trust in salvation by him. And he proceeded to command the cloudy skies above, and he opened the very doors of heaven. And he kept raining upon them manna to eat, and the grain of heaven he gave to them. Men ate the very bread of powerful ones. Provisions he sent them to satisfaction. He began making an east wind burst forth in the heavens, and making a south wind blow by his own strength. And he proceeded to make sustenance rain upon them just like dust, even winged flying creatures, just like the sand grains of the seas. And he kept making them fall in the middle of his camp, all around his tabernacles. And they went eating, and satisfying themselves very much, and what they desired he proceeded to bring to them. They had not turned aside from their desire, while their food was yet in their mouth, when God's wrath itself ascended against them. And he went killing among their stout ones, and the young men of Israel he made collapse. Despite all this, they sinned some more, and did not put faith in his wonderful works. So he brought their days to an end as if a mere exhalation, and their years by the disturbance. As often as he killed them, they also inquired for him, and they returned, and looked for God. And they began to remember that God was their rock, and that God the Most High was their avenger. And they tried to fool him with their mouth, and with their tongue they tried to lie to him. And their heart was not steadfast with him, and they did not prove faithful in his covenant. But he was merciful. He would cover the error and not bring ruin. And many times he made his anger turn back, and he would not rouse up all his rage. And he kept remembering that they were flesh, that the Spirit is going forth and does not come back. How often they would rebel against him in the wilderness. They would make him feel hurt in the desert. And again they would put God to the test. And they pained even the Holy One of Israel. They did not remember his hand, the day that he redeemed them from the adversary, how he put his signs in Egypt itself, and his miracles in the field of Zoan, and how he began changing to blood their Nile canals, so that they could not drink from their own streams. He proceeded to send upon them gadflies, that these might eat them up, and frogs, that these might bring them to ruin. And he began to give to the cockroaches their yield, and their toil to the locusts. He went killing their vine even by the hail, and their sycamore trees by hailstones. And he proceeded to hand over their beasts a burden even to the hail, and their livestock to the flaming fever. He went sending upon them his burning anger, fury, and denunciation, and distress, deputations of angels bringing calamity. He proceeded to prepare a pathway for his anger. He did not hold back their soul from death itself, and their life he handed over even to the pestilence. Finally he struck down all the firstborn in Egypt, the beginning of their generative power in the tents of Ham. Afterward he caused his people to depart just like a flock, and conducted them like a drove in the wilderness. And he kept leading them in security, and they felt no dread, and the sea covered their enemies themselves. And he proceeded to bring them to his holy territory, this mountainous region that his right hand acquired. And because of them he gradually drove out the nations, and by the measuring line he went allotting them an inheritance, so that he caused the tribes of Israel to reside in their own homes. And they began to test and rebel against God the Most High, and his reminders they did not keep. They also kept turning back and acting treacherously like their forefathers. They turned around like a loose bow. And they kept offending him with their high places, and with their graven images they kept inciting him to jealousy. God heard and got to be furious, and so he contemned Israel very much. And he finally forsook the tabernacle of Shiloh, the tent in which he resided among earthling men. And he proceeded to give his strength even to captivity, and his beauty into the hand of the adversary. And he kept handing over his people to the sword itself, and against his inheritance he became furious. His young men a fire ate up, and his virgins were not praised. As for his priests, they fell by the very sword, and their own widows did not give way to weeping. Then Jehovah began to awake as from sleeping, like a mighty one sobering up from wine. And he went striking down his adversaries from behind. A reproach of indefinite duration he gave to them. And he proceeded to reject the tent of Joseph, and the tribe of Ephraim he did not choose. But he chose the tribe of Judah, Mount Zion, which he loved. And he began to build his sanctuary, just like the heights, like the earth that he has founded to time indefinite. And so he chose David, his servant, and took him from the pens of the flock. From following the females giving suck, he brought him in to be a shepherd over Jacob his people, and over Israel his inheritance. And he began to shepherd them according to the integrity of his heart, and with the skillfulness of his hands he began leading them. Psalm 79, a melody of Asaph. O God, the nations have come into your inheritance. They have defiled your holy temple. They have laid Jerusalem in a heap of ruins. They have given the dead body of your servants as food to the fowls of the heavens, the flesh of your loyal ones to the wild beasts of the earth. They have poured out their blood like water all around Jerusalem, and there is no one to do the burying. We have become a reproach to our neighbors, a derision and a jeering to those round about us. How long, O Jehovah, will you be incensed? Forever? How long will your ardor burn just like fire? Pour out your rage upon the nations that have not known you, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon your own name. For they have eaten up Jacob, and they have caused his own abiding place to be desolated. Do not remember against us the errors of ancestors. Hurry, let your mercies confront us, for we have become greatly impoverished. Help us, O God of our salvation, for the sake of the glory of your name, and deliver us and cover over our sins on account of your name. Why should the nations say, where is their God? Among the nations let there be known before our eyes the avenging of the blood of your servants that has been shed. May the sighing of the prisoner come in even before you. According to the greatness of your arm, preserve those appointed to death. And repay to our neighbors 7 times into their bosom their reproach with which they have reproached you, O Jehovah. As for us, your people, and the flock of your pasturage, we shall give thanks to you to time indefinite. From generation to generation we shall declare your praise. Psalm 80, to the director upon the lilies, a reminder of Asaph, a melody. O shepherd of Israel, do give ear, you who are conducting Joseph just like a flock. O you who are sitting upon the cherubs, do beam forth. Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh do rouse up your mightiness, and do come to our salvation. O God, bring us back, and light up your face that we may be saved. O Jehovah God of armies, how long must you fume against the prayer of your people? You have made them eat the bread of tears, and you keep making them drink tears upon tears in great measure. You set us for strife to our neighbors, and our very enemies keep deriding as they please. O God of armies, bring us back, and light up your face, that we may be saved. You proceeded to make a vine depart from Egypt. You kept driving out the nations that you might plant it. You made a clearing before it, that it might take root and fill the land. The mountains were covered with its shadow, and the cedars of God with its boughs. It gradually sent forth its boughs as far as the sea, and to the river its twigs. Why have you broken down its stone walls? And why have all those passing by on the road plucked at it? A boar out of the woods keeps eating it away, and the animal throngs of the open field keep feeding upon it. O God of armies, return, please. Look down from heaven and see and take care of this vine, and the stalk that your right hand has planted, and look upon the son whom you have made strong for yourself. It is burned with fire, cut off. From the rebuke of your face they perish. Let your hand prove to be upon the man of your right hand, upon the Son of mankind, whom you have made strong for yourself, and we shall not turn back from you. May you preserve us alive, that we may call upon your own name. O Jehovah, God of armies, bring us back, light up your face, that we may be saved. Psalm 81, to the director upon the Gittith, of Asaph. O cry out joyfully, you people, to God our strength. Shout in triumph to the God of Jacob. Strike up a melody, and take a tambourine, the pleasant harp together with the stringed instrument. On the new moon, blow the horn, on the full moon for the day of our festival. For it is a regulation for Israel, a judicial decision of the God of Jacob. As a reminder, he laid it upon Joseph himself when he was going forth over the land of Egypt. A language that I did not know, I kept hearing. I turned aside his shoulder even from the burden. His own hands got to be free even from the basket. In distress you called, and I proceeded to rescue you. I began to answer you in the concealed place of thunder. I went examining you at the waters of Meribah. Hear, O my people, and I will bear witness against you, O Israel, if you will listen to me. Among you there will prove to be no strange god, and you will not bow down to a foreign god. I, Jehovah, am your God, the one bringing you up out of the land of Egypt. Open your mouth wide, and I shall fill it. But my people has not listened to my voice, and Israel itself has not showed any willingness toward me. And so I let them go in the stubbornness of their heart. They went walking in their own counsels. Oh, that my people were listening to me. Oh, that Israel itself would walk in my very ways. Their enemies I would easily subdue, and against their adversaries I would turn my hand. As for those intensely hating Jehovah, they will come cringing to him, and their time will prove to be to time indefinite. And he will keep feeding him off the fat of the wheat, and out of the rock I shall satisfy you with honey itself. Psalm 82, a melody of Asaph. God is stationing himself in the assembly of the Divine One. In the middle of the gods he judges. How long will you keep on judging with injustice and showing partiality to the wicked themselves? Be judges for the lowly one and the fatherless boy, to the afflicted one and the one of little means do justice. Provide escape for the lowly one and the poor one. Out of the hand of the wicked ones deliver them. They have not known, and they do not understand. In darkness they keep walking about. All the foundations of the earth are made to totter. I myself have said, you are gods, and all of you are sons of the Most High. Surely you will die just as men do, and like any one of the princes, you will fall. Do rise up, O God, do judge the earth, for you yourself should take possession of all the nations. Psalm 83, a song, a melody of Asaph. O God, let there be no silence on your part. Do not keep speechless, and do not stay quiet, O Divine One. For look, your very enemies are in an uproar, and the very ones intensely hating you have raised their head. Against your people they cunningly carry on their confidential talk, and they conspire against your concealed ones. They have said, "Come, and let us efface them from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be remembered no more." For with the heart they have unitedly exchanged counsel. Against you they proceeded to conclude even a covenant, the tents of Edom, and the Ishmaelites, Moab, and the Hagrites, Gebal, and Ammon, and Amalek, Philistia, together with the inhabitants of Tyre. Also Assyria itself has become joined with them. They have become an arm to the sons of Lot. Do to them as to Midian, as to Sisera, as to Jabin at the torrent valley of Kishon. They were annihilated at Endor. They became manure for the ground. As for their nobles, make these like Oreb, and like Zeeb, and like Zebah, and like Zalmunna, all their dukes, who have said, "Let us take possession of the abiding places of God for ourselves." O my God, make them like a thistle whirl, like stubble before a wind, like a fire that burns up the forest, and like a flame that scorches the mountains. In just that way may you pursue them with your tempest, and may you disturb them with your own storm wind. Fill their faces with dishonor, that people may search for your name, O Jehovah. Oh, may they be ashamed and be disturbed for all times, and may they become abashed and perish, that people may know that you, whose name is Jehovah, you alone are the Most High over all the earth. Psalm 84, for the director upon the Gittith, of the sons of Korah, a melody. How lovely your grand tabernacle is, O Jehovah of armies! My soul has yearned and also pined away for the courtyards of Jehovah. My own heart and my very flesh cry out joyfully to the living God. Even the bird itself has found a house, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she has put her young ones. Your grand altar, O Jehovah of armies, my King and my God. Happy are those dwelling in your house. They still keep on praising you. Happy are the men whose strength is in you, in whose heart are the highways. Passing along through the low plain of the Baca bushes, they turn it into a spring itself. Even with blessings, the instructor enwraps himself. They will walk on from vital energy to vital energy. Each one appears to God in Zion. O Jehovah God of armies, do hear my prayer. Do give ear, O God of Jacob. O shield of ours, see, O God, and look upon the face of your anointed one. For a day in your courtyards is better than 1,000 elsewhere. I have chosen to stand at the threshold in the house of my God, rather than to move around in the tents of wickedness. For Jehovah God is a sun and a shield. Favor and glory are what he gives. Jehovah himself will not hold back anything good from those walking in faultlessness. O Jehovah of armies, happy is the man that is trusting in you. Psalm 85, for the director, of the sons of Korah, a melody. You have taken pleasure, O Jehovah, in your land. You have brought back the ones taken captive of Jacob. You have pardoned the error of your people. You have covered all their sin. You have controlled all your fury. You have turned back from the heat of your anger. Gather us back, O God of our salvation, and break off your vexation with us. Is it to time indefinite that you will be incensed at us? Will you draw out your anger to generation after generation? Will you yourself not enliven us again, that your people themselves may rejoice in you? Show us, O Jehovah, your loving kindness, and your salvation may you give to us. I will hear what the true God Jehovah will speak, for he will speak peace to his people and to his loyal ones, but let them not return to self-confidence. Surely his salvation is near to those fearing him, for glory to reside in our land. As for loving kindness and trueness, they have met each other. Righteousness and peace, they have kissed each other. Trueness itself will sprout out of the very earth, and righteousness itself will look down from the very heavens. Also Jehovah, for his part, will give what is good, and our own land will give its yield. Before him righteousness itself will walk, and it will make a way by his steppings. Psalm 86, a prayer of David. Incline, O Jehovah, your ear. Answer me, for I am afflicted and poor. O do guard my soul, for I am loyal. Save your servant, you are my God, that is trusting in you. Show me favor, O Jehovah, for to you I keep calling all day long. Make the soul of your servant rejoice. For to you, O Jehovah, I lift up my very soul. For you, O Jehovah, are good and ready to forgive, and the loving kindness to all those calling upon you is abundant. Do give ear, O Jehovah, to my prayer, and do pay attention to the voice of my entreaties. In the day of my distress I will call upon you, for you will answer me. There is none like you among the gods, O Jehovah, neither are there any works like yours. All the nations whom you have made will themselves come, and they will bow down before you, O Jehovah, and will give glory to your name. For you are great, and are doing wondrous things. You are God, you alone. Instruct me, O Jehovah, about your way. I shall walk in your truth. Unify my heart to fear your name. I laud you, O Jehovah my God, with all my heart, and I will glorify your name to time indefinite, for your loving kindness is great toward me, and you have delivered my soul out of Sheol, its lowest place. O God, the presumptuous ones themselves have risen up against me, and the very assembly of tyrannical ones have looked for my soul, and they have not set you in front of themselves. But you, O Jehovah, are a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abundant in loving kindness and trueness. Turn to me, and show me favor. Do give your strength to your servant, and do save the son of your slave girl. Work out with me a sign meaning goodness, that those hating me may see it and be ashamed. For you yourself, O Jehovah, have helped me and comforted me. Psalm 87, of the sons of Korah, a melody, a song. His foundation is in the holy mountains. Jehovah is more in love with the gates of Zion than with all the tabernacles of Jacob. Glorious things are being spoken about you, O city of the true God. I shall make mention of Rahab and Babylon as among those knowing me. Here are Philistia and Tyre, together with Cush. This is one who was born there. And respecting Zion it will be said, each and every one was born in her. And the Most High himself will firmly establish her. Jehovah himself will declare when recording the peoples, this is one who was born there. There will also be singers as well as dancers of circle dances. All my springs are in you. Psalm 88, a song, a melody of the sons of Korah, to the director over Mahaleth for making responses, Mazkil of Heman, the Ezrahite. O Jehovah, the God of my salvation, by day I have cried out, in the night also in front of you. Before you my prayer will come. Incline your ear to my entreating cry. For my soul has had enough of calamities, and my very life has come in touch even with Sheol. I have been reckoned in among those going down to the pit. I have become like an able-bodied man without strength, set free among the dead themselves, like slain ones lying in the burial place, whom you have remembered no longer, and who have been severed from your own helping hand. You have put me in a pit of the lowest depths, in dark places, in a large abyss. Upon me your rage has thrown itself, and with all your breaking waves you have afflicted me. You have put my acquaintances far away from me. You have set me as something very detestable to them. I am under restraint and cannot go forth. My own eye has languished because of my affliction. I have called on you, O Jehovah, all day long. To you I have spread out my palms. For those who are dead, will you do a marvel? Or will those impotent in death themselves arise? Will they lodge you? Will your loving kindness be declared in the burial place itself, your faithfulness in the place of destruction? Will a marvel by you be known in the darkness itself, or your righteousness in the land of oblivion? And yet to you, O Jehovah, I myself have cried for help, and in the morning my own prayer keeps confronting you. Why is it, O Jehovah, that you cast off my soul? Why do you keep your face concealed from me? I am afflicted and about to expire from boyhood on. I have borne frightful things from you very much. Over me your flashes of burning anger have passed. Terrors from you yourself have brought me to silence. They have surrounded me like waters all day long. They have closed in upon me all at one time. You have put far away from me friend and companion. My acquaintances are a dark place. Psalm 89, Mazkil, of Ethan the Ezrahite. Jehovah's expressions of loving kindness I will sing about even to time indefinite. For generation after generation I shall make your faithfulness known with my mouth. For I have said, loving kindness will stay built, even to time indefinite. As for the heavens, you keep your faithfulness firmly established in them. I have concluded a covenant toward my chosen one. I have sworn to David my servant. Even to time indefinite I shall firmly establish your seed, and I will build your throne to generation after generation. And the heavens will laud your marvelous act, O Jehovah, yes, your faithfulness in the congregation of the holy ones. For who in the skies can be compared to Jehovah? Who can resemble Jehovah among the sons of God? God is to be held in awe among the intimate group of holy ones. He is grand and fear-inspiring over all who are round about him. O Jehovah God of armies, who is vigorous like you, O Jah? And your faithfulness is all around you. You are ruling over the swelling of the sea. When it raises up its waves, you yourself calm them. You yourself have crushed Rahab, even as someone slain. By the arm of your strength you have scattered your enemies. Heaven is yours. The earth also is yours, the productive land and what fills it. You yourself have founded them. The north and the south, you yourself created them. Tabor and Hermon, in your name they cry out joyfully. An arm with mightiness is yours. Your hand is strong, your right hand is exalted. Righteousness and judgment are the established place of your throne. Loving kindness and trueness themselves come in before your face. Happy are the people knowing the joyful shouting. O Jehovah, in the light of your face they keep walking. In your name they are joyful all day long, and in your righteousness they are exalted. For you are the beauty of their strength, and by your goodwill our horn is exalted. For our shield belongs to Jehovah, and our King belongs to the Holy One of Israel. At that time you spoke in a vision to your loyal ones, and you proceeded to say, I have placed help upon a mighty one. I have exalted a chosen one from among the people. I have found David my servant. With my holy oil I have anointed him, with whom my own hand will be firm, whom my own arm also will strengthen. No enemy will make exactions upon him, neither will any son of unrighteousness afflict him. And from before him I crushed his adversaries to pieces, and to those intensely hating him I kept dealing out blows. And my faithfulness and my loving kindness are with him, and in my name his horn is exalted. And on the sea I have put his hand, and on the rivers his right hand. He himself calls out to me, You are my Father, my God, and the rock of my salvation. Also, I myself shall place him as firstborn, the Most High of the kings of the earth. To time indefinite I shall preserve my loving kindness toward him, and my covenant will be faithful to him. And I shall certainly set up his seed forever, and his throne as the days of heaven. If his sons leave my law, and in my judicial decisions they do not walk, if they profane my own statutes, and they do not keep my own commandments, I must also turn my attention to their transgression, even with a rod, and to their error, even with strokes. But my loving kindness I shall not break off from him, nor shall I prove false with regard to my faithfulness. I shall not profane my covenant, and the expression out of my lips I shall not change. Once I have sworn in my holiness, to David I will not tell lies. His seed itself will prove to be even to time indefinite, and his throne as the sun in front of me. As the moon it will be firmly established for time indefinite, and as a faithful witness in the skies. But you have cast off, and you keep contemning. You have become furious toward your anointed one. You have spurned the covenant of your servant. You have profaned his diadem to the very earth. You have broken down all his stone pens. You have laid his fortifications in ruin. All those passing along the way have pillaged him. He has become a reproach to his neighbors. You have exalted the right hand of his adversaries. You have caused all his enemies to rejoice. What is more, you again treat his sword as a foe, and you have caused him not to gain ground in the battle. You have made him cease from his luster, and his throne you have hurled to the very earth. You have shortened the days of his youth. You have enwrapped him with shame. How long, O Jehovah, will you keep yourself concealed? For all time? Will your rage keep on burning just like a fire? Remember of what duration of life I am. Is it all in vain that you have created all the sons of men? What able-bodied man is there alive who will not see death? Can he provide escape for his soul from the hand of Sheol? Where are your former acts of loving kindness, O Jehovah, about which you swore to David in your faithfulness? Remember, O Jehovah, the reproach upon your servants, my carrying in my bosom the reproach of all the many peoples, how your enemies have reproached, O Jehovah, how they have reproached the footprints of your anointed one. Blessed be Jehovah to time indefinite. Amen and amen. Book 4. Psalm 90. A prayer of Moses, the man of the true God. O Jehovah, you yourself have proved to be a real dwelling for us during generation after generation. Before the mountains themselves were born, or you proceeded to bring forth as with labor pains the earth and the productive land, even from time indefinite to time indefinite, you are God. You make mortal man go back to crushed matter, and you say, Go back, you sons of men. For 1,000 years are in your eyes but as yesterday when it is past, and as a watch during the night. You have swept them away. They become a mere sleep. In the morning they are just like green grass that changes. In the morning it puts forth blossoms and must change. At evening it withers and certainly dries up. For we have come to an end in your anger, and by your rage we have been disturbed. You have set our errors right in front of you, our hidden things before your bright face. For all our days have come to their decline in your fury. We have finished our years just like a whisper. In themselves the days of our years are 70 years, and if because of special mightiness they are 80 years, yet their insistence is on trouble and hurtful things, for it must quickly pass by, and away we fly. Who is there knowing the strength of your anger and your fury according to the fear of you? Show us just how to count our days in such a way that we may bring a heart of wisdom in. Do return, O Jehovah. How long will it be? And feel regret over your servants. Satisfy us in the morning with your loving kindness, that we may cry out joyfully and may rejoice during all our days. Make us rejoice correspondingly to the days that you have afflicted us, the years that we have seen calamity. May your activity appear to your own servants, and your splendor upon their sons. And let the pleasantness of Jehovah our God prove to be upon us, and the work of our hands do you firmly establish upon us. Yes, the work of our hands, do you firmly establish it. Psalm 91. Anyone dwelling in the secret place of the Most High will procure himself lodging under the very shadow of the Almighty One. I will say to Jehovah, You are my refuge and my stronghold, my God, in whom I will trust. For he himself will deliver you from the trap of the birdcatcher, from the pestilence causing adversities. With his pinions he will block approach to you, and under his wings you will take refuge. His trueness will be a large shield and bulwark. You will not be afraid of anything dreadful by night, nor of the arrow that flies by day, nor of the pestilence that walks in the gloom, nor of the destruction that despoils at midday. 1,000 will fall at your very side, and 10,000 at your right hand. To you it will not come near. Only with your eyes will you look on and see the retribution itself of the wicked ones. Because you said, Jehovah is my refuge, you have made the Most High himself your dwelling. No calamity will befall you, and not even a plague will draw near to your tent. For he will give his own angels a command concerning you, to guard you in all your ways. Upon their hands they will carry you, that you may not strike your foot against any stone. Upon the young lion and the cobra you will tread. You will trample down the maned young lion and the big snake. Because on me he has set his affection, I shall also provide him with escape. I shall protect him because he has come to know my name. He will call upon me, and I shall answer him. I shall be with him in distress. I shall rescue him and glorify him. With length of days I shall satisfy him, and I shall cause him to see salvation by me. Psalm 92, a melody, a song for the Sabbath day. It is good to give thanks to Jehovah, and to make melody to your name, O Most High, to tell in the morning about your loving kindness, and about your faithfulness during the nights, upon a 10-stringed instrument and upon the lute, by resounding music on the harp. For you have made me rejoice, O Jehovah, because of your activity. Because of the works of your hands, I cry out joyfully. How great your works are, O Jehovah! Very deep your thoughts are. No unreasoning man himself can know them, and no one stupid can understand this. When the wicked ones sprout as the vegetation, and all the practisers of what is hurtful blossom forth, it is that they may be annihilated forever. But you are on high to time indefinite, O Jehovah. For look, your enemies, O Jehovah, for look, your own enemies will perish. All the practisers of what is hurtful will be separated from one another. But you will exalt my horn like that of a wild bull. I shall moisten myself with fresh oil. And my eye will look on my foes. My ears will hear about the very ones who rise up against me, the evildoers. The righteous himself will blossom forth as a palm tree does, as a cedar in Lebanon does. He will grow big. Those who are planted in the house of Jehovah, in the courtyards of our God, they will blossom forth. They will still keep on thriving during gray-headedness. Fat and fresh they will continue to be, to tell that Jehovah is upright. He is my rock, in whom there is no unrighteousness. Psalm 93. Jehovah himself has become king. With eminence he is clothed. Jehovah is clothed. With strength he has girded himself. The productive land also becomes firmly established, so that it cannot be made to totter. Your throne is firmly established from long ago. You are from time indefinite. The rivers have raised, O Jehovah, the rivers have raised their sound. The rivers keep raising their pounding. Above the sounds of vast waters, the majestic breaking waves of the sea, Jehovah is majestic in the height. Your own reminders have proved very trustworthy. Holiness is befitting to your own house, O Jehovah, for length of days. Psalm 94. O God of acts of vengeance, Jehovah, O God of acts of vengeance, beam forth. Raise yourself up, O Judge of the earth. Bring back a retribution upon the haughty ones. How long are the wicked, O Jehovah, how long are the wicked themselves going to exult? They keep bubbling forth, they keep speaking unrestrained. All the practicers of what is hurtful keep bragging about themselves. Your people, O Jehovah, they keep crushing, and your inheritance they keep afflicting. The widow and the alien resident they kill, and the fatherless boys they murder. And they keep saying, Jah does not see, and the God of Jacob does not understand it. Understand, you who are unreasoning among the people. And as for you stupid ones, when will you have any insight? The one planting the ear, can he not hear? Or the one forming the eye, can he not look? The one correcting the nations, can he not reprove, even the one teaching men knowledge? Jehovah is knowing the thoughts of men, that they are as an exhalation. Happy is the able-bodied man whom you correct, O Jah, and whom you teach out of your own law, to give him quietness from days of calamity, until for the wicked one a pit is excavated. For Jehovah will not forsake his people, nor will he leave his own inheritance. For judicial decision will return even to righteousness, and all the upright in heart will follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Who will take his stand for me against the practicers of hurtfulness? Unless Jehovah had been of assistance to me, in a little while my soul would have resided in silence. When I said, my foot will certainly move unsteadily, your own loving kindness, O Jehovah, kept sustaining me. When my disquieting thoughts became many inside of me, your own consolations began to fondle my soul. Will the throne causing adversities be allied with you while it is framing trouble by decree? They make sharp attacks on the soul of the righteous one, and pronounce wicked even the blood of the innocent one. But Jehovah will become a secure height for me, and my God the rock of my refuge. And he will turn back upon them their hurtfulness, and will silence them with their own calamity. Jehovah our God will silence them. Psalm 95. O come, let us cry out joyfully to Jehovah. Let us shout in triumph to our rock of salvation. Let us come before his person with thanksgiving. Let us with melodies shout in triumph to him. For Jehovah is a great God, and a great King over all other gods, he in whose hand are the inmost depths of the earth, and to whom the peaks of the mountains belong, to whom the sea, which he himself made, belongs, and whose own hands formed the dry land itself. O come in, let us worship and bow down, let us kneel before Jehovah our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasturage, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if you people listen to his own voice, do not harden your heart as at Meribah, as in the day of Massah in the wilderness, when your forefathers put me to the proof. They examined me, they also saw my activity. For 40 years I kept feeling a loathing toward that generation, and I proceeded to say, they are a people wayward at heart, and they themselves have not come to know my ways. Concerning whom I swore in my anger, they shall not enter into my resting place. Psalm 96. Sing to Jehovah a new song. Sing to Jehovah, all you people of the earth. Sing to Jehovah, bless his name. From day to day tell the good news of salvation by him. Declare among the nations his glory, among all the peoples his wonderful works. For Jehovah is great, and very much to be praised. He is fear-inspiring above all other gods. For all the gods of the peoples are valueless gods. But as for Jehovah, he has made the very heavens. Dignity and splendor are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Ascribe to Jehovah, O you families of the peoples. Ascribe to Jehovah glory and strength. Ascribe to Jehovah the glory belonging to his name. Carry a gift and come into his courtyards. Bow down to Jehovah in holy adornment. Be in severe pains because of him, all you people of the earth. Say among the nations, Jehovah himself has become king. The productive land also becomes firmly established, so that it cannot be made to totter. He will plead the cause of the peoples in uprightness. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be joyful. Let the sea thunder, and that which fills it. Let the open field exult, and all that is in it. At the same time, let all the trees of the forest break out joyfully before Jehovah. For he has come to judge the earth. He will judge the productive land with righteousness, and the peoples with his faithfulness. Psalm 97. Jehovah himself has become king. Let the earth be joyful. Let the many islands rejoice. Clouds and thick gloom are all around him. Righteousness and judgment are the established place of his throne. Before him a very fire goes, and it consumes his adversaries all around. His lightnings lighted up the productive land. The earth saw and came to be in severe pains. The mountains themselves proceeded to melt just like wax on account of Jehovah, on account of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens have told forth his righteousness, and all the peoples have seen his glory. Let all those serving any carved image be ashamed, those who are making their boast in valueless gods. Bow down to him, all you gods. Zion heard and began to rejoice, and the dependent towns of Judah began to be joyful by reason of your judicial decisions, O Jehovah. For you, O Jehovah, are the most high over all the earth. You are very high in your ascent over all other gods. O you lovers of Jehovah, hate what is bad. He is guarding the souls of his loyal ones. Out of the hand of the wicked ones he delivers them. Light itself has flashed up for the righteous one, and rejoicing even for the ones upright in heart. Rejoice in Jehovah, O you righteous ones, and give thanks to his holy memorial. Psalm 98. A Melody. Sing to Jehovah a new song, for wonderful are the things that he has done. His right hand, even his holy arm, has gained salvation for him. Jehovah has made his salvation known. In the eyes of the nations he has revealed his righteousness. He has remembered his loving kindness and his faithfulness to the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation by our God. Shout in triumph to Jehovah, all you people of the earth. Be cheerful and cry out joyfully and make melody. Make melody to Jehovah with the harp and the voice of melody. With the trumpets and the sound of the horn, shout in triumph before the King, Jehovah. Let the sea thunder and that which fills it, the productive land and those dwelling in it. Let the rivers themselves clap their hands. All together let the very mountains cry out joyfully before Jehovah, for he has come to judge the earth. He will judge the productive land with righteousness and the peoples with uprightness. Psalm 99. Jehovah himself has become king. Let the peoples be agitated. He is sitting upon the cherubs. Let the earth quiver. Jehovah is great in Zion, and he is high over all the peoples. Let them laud your name. Great and fear-inspiring, holy it is. And with the strength of a king, judgment he has loved. You yourself have firmly established uprightness. Judgment and righteousness in Jacob are what you yourself have effected. Exalt Jehovah our God, and bow down yourselves at his footstool. He is holy. Moses and Aaron were among his priests, and Samuel was among those calling upon his name. They were calling to Jehovah, and he himself kept answering them. In the pillar of cloud he continued speaking to them. They kept his reminders and the regulation that he gave to them. O Jehovah our God, you yourself answered them. A God granting pardon you proved to be to them, and executing vengeance against their notorious deeds. Exalt Jehovah our God, and bow down yourselves at his holy mountain, for Jehovah our God is holy. Psalm 100, a melody of thanksgiving. Shout in triumph to Jehovah, all you people of the earth. Serve Jehovah with rejoicing. Come in before him with a joyful cry. Know that Jehovah is God. It is he that has made us, and not we ourselves. We are his people, and the sheep of his pasturage. Come into his gates with thanksgiving, into his courtyards with praise. Give thanks to him. Bless his name. For Jehovah is good. His loving kindness is to time indefinite, and his faithfulness to generation after generation. Psalm 101 of David, a melody. About loving kindness and judgment I will sing. To you, O Jehovah, I will make melody. I will act with discretion in a faultless way. When will you come to me? I shall walk about in the integrity of my heart inside my house. I shall not set in front of my eyes any good-for-nothing thing. The doing of those who fall away I have hated. It does not cling to me. A crooked heart departs from me. Nothing bad do I know. Anyone slandering his companion in secrecy, him I silence. Anyone of haughty eyes and of arrogant heart, him I cannot endure. My eyes are upon the faithful ones of the earth, that they may dwell with me. The one walking in a faultless way, he it is who will minister to me. There will dwell inside my house no worker of trickiness. As for anyone speaking falsehoods, he will not be firmly established in front of my eyes. Every morning I shall silence all the wicked ones of the earth, to cut off from the city of Jehovah all the practicers of what is hurtful. Psalm 102, a prayer of the afflicted in case he grows feeble and pours out his concern before Jehovah himself. O Jehovah, do hear my prayer, and to you may my own cry for help come. Do not conceal your face from me on the day that I am in sore straits. Incline to me your ear. On the day that I call, hurry, answer me. For my days have come to an end just like smoke, and my very bones have been made red-hot just like a fireplace. My heart has been struck just like vegetation and is dried up, for I have forgotten to eat my food. Because of the sound of my sighing, my bones have stuck to my flesh. I do resemble the pelican of the wilderness. I become like a little owl of desolated places. I have grown emaciated, and I am become like a bird isolated upon a roof. All day long my enemies have reproached me. Those making a fool of me have sworn even by me. For I have eaten ashes themselves just like bread, and the things I drink I have mingled even with weeping, because of your denunciation and your indignation, for you have lifted me up that you might throw me away. My days are like a shadow that has declined, and I myself am dried up like mere vegetation. As for you, O Jehovah, to time indefinite you will dwell, and your memorial will be for generation after generation. You yourself will arise, you will have mercy on Zion, for it is the season to be favorable to her, for the appointed time has come. For your servants have found pleasure in her stones, and to her dust they direct their favor. And the nations will fear the name of Jehovah, and all the kings of the earth your glory. For Jehovah will certainly build up Zion. He must appear in his glory. He will certainly turn to the prayer of those stripped of everything, and not despise their prayer. This is written for the future generation, and the people that is to be created will praise Jah. For he has looked down from his holy height. From the very heavens Jehovah himself has looked even at the earth, to hear the sighing of the prisoner, to loosen those appointed to death, for the name of Jehovah to be declared in Zion, and his praise in Jerusalem, when the peoples are collected all together, and the kingdoms to serve Jehovah. On the way he afflicted my power. He cut short my days. I proceeded to say, O my God, do not take me off at the half of my days. Your years are throughout all generations. Long ago you laid the foundations of the earth itself, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They themselves will perish, but you yourself will keep standing, and just like a garment they will all of them wear out. Just like clothing you will replace them, and they will finish their turn. But you are the same, and your own years will not be completed. The sons of your servants will continue residing, and before you their own offspring will be firmly established. Psalm 103 of David. Bless Jehovah, O my soul, even everything within me, his holy name. Bless Jehovah, O my soul, and do not forget all his doings. Him who is forgiving all your error, who is healing all your maladies, who is reclaiming your life from the very pit, who is crowning you with loving kindness and mercies, who is satisfying your lifetime with what is good. Your youth keeps renewing itself just like that of an eagle. Jehovah is executing acts of righteousness and judicial decisions for all those being defrauded. He made known his ways to Moses, his dealings even to the sons of Israel. Jehovah is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abundant in loving kindness. He will not for all time keep finding fault, neither will he to time indefinite keep resentful. He has not done to us even according to our sins, nor according to our errors has he brought upon us what we deserve. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, his loving kindness is superior toward those fearing him. As far off as the sunrise is from the sunset, So far off from us he has put our transgressions. As a father shows mercy to his sons, Jehovah has shown mercy to those fearing him. For he himself well knows the formation of us, remembering that we are dust. As for mortal man, his days are like those of green grass. Like a blossom of the field is the way he blossoms forth. For a mere wind has to pass over it, and it is no more, and its place will acknowledge it no further. But the loving kindness of Jehovah is from time indefinite even to time indefinite toward those fearing him, and his righteousness to the sons of sons, toward those keeping his covenant, and toward those remembering his orders so as to carry them out. Jehovah himself has firmly established his throne in the very heavens, and over everything his own kingship has held domination. Bless Jehovah, O you angels of his, mighty in power, carrying out his word by listening to the voice of his word. Bless Jehovah, all you armies of his, you ministers of his, doing his will. Bless Jehovah, all you his works, in all places of his domination. Bless Jehovah, O my soul. Psalm 104. Bless Jehovah, O my soul. O Jehovah my God, you have proved very great. With dignity and splendor you have clothed yourself, enwrapping yourself with light as with a garment, stretching out the heavens like a tent cloth, the one building his upper chambers with beams in the very waters, making the clouds his chariot, walking upon the wings of the wind, making his angels spirits, his ministers a devouring fire. He has founded the earth upon its established places. It will not be made to totter to time indefinite or forever. With a watery deep, just like a garment you covered it. The waters were standing above the very mountains. At your rebuke they began to flee. At the sound of your thunder they were sent running in panic. Mountains proceeded to ascend. Valley plains proceeded to descend to the place that you have founded for them. A boundary you set beyond which they should not pass, that they should not again cover the earth. He is sending springs into the torrent valleys. Between the mountains they keep going on. They continually give drink to all the wild beasts of the open field. The zebras regularly quench their thirst. Above them roost the flying creatures of the heavens. From among the thick foliage they keep giving forth sound. He is watering the mountains from his upper chambers. With the fruitage of your works the earth is satisfied. He is making green grass sprout for the beasts, and vegetation for the service of mankind, to cause food to go forth from the earth, and wine that makes the heart of mortal man rejoice, to make the face shine with oil, and bread that sustains the very heart of mortal man. The trees of Jehovah are satisfied, the cedars of Lebanon that he planted, where the birds themselves make nests. As for the stork, the juniper trees are its house. The high mountains are for the mountain goats. The crags are a refuge for the rock badgers. He has made the moon for appointed times. The sun itself knows well where it sets. You cause darkness that it may become night. In it all the wild animals of the forest move forth. The maned young lions are roaring for the prey, and for seeking their food from God himself. The sun begins to shine. They withdraw, and they lie down in their own hiding places. Man goes forth to his activity, and to his service until evening. How many your works are, O Jehovah! All of them in wisdom you have made. The earth is full of your productions. As for this sea so great and wide, there are moving things without number, living creatures, small as well as great. There the ships go. As for Leviathan, him you have formed to play about in it. All of them, for you they keep waiting to give them their food in its season. What you give them, they pick up. You open your hand, they get satisfied with good things. If you conceal your face, they get disturbed. If you take away their spirit, they expire, and back to their dust they go. If you send forth your spirit, they are created, and you make the face of the ground new. The glory of Jehovah will prove to be to time indefinite. Jehovah will rejoice in his works. He is looking at the earth, and it trembles. He touches the mountains, and they smoke. I will sing to Jehovah throughout my life. I will make melody to my God as long as I am. Let my musing about him be pleasurable. I, for my part, shall rejoice in Jehovah. The sinners will be finished off from the earth, and as for the wicked, they will be no longer. Bless Jehovah, O my soul. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 105. Give thanks to Jehovah. Call upon his name. Make known among the peoples his dealings. Sing to him. Make melody to him. Concern yourselves with all his wonderful works. Make your boast in his holy name. Let the heart of those seeking Jehovah rejoice. Search for Jehovah and his strength. Seek his face constantly. Remember his wonderful works that he has performed, his miracles and the judicial decisions of his mouth, O you seed of Abraham his servant, you sons of Jacob his chosen ones. He is Jehovah our God. His judicial decisions are in all the earth. He has remembered his covenant, even to time indefinite, the word that he commanded to 1,000 generations, which covenant he concluded with Abraham, and his sworn statement to Isaac, and which statement he kept standing as a regulation even to Jacob, as an indefinitely lasting covenant even to Israel, saying, To you I shall give the land of Canaan as the allotment of your inheritance. This was when they happened to be few in number, yes, very few, and alien residents in it. And they kept walking about from nation to nation, from one kingdom to another people. He did not allow any human to defraud them, but on their account he reproved kings, saying, Do not you men touch my anointed ones, and to my prophets do nothing bad. And he proceeded to call for a famine upon the land. He broke every rod around which ring-shaped loaves were suspended. He sent ahead of them a man who was sold to be a slave, Joseph. With fetters they afflicted his feet, into irons his soul came, until the time that his word came, the saying of Jehovah itself refined him. The king sent that he might release him, the ruler of the peoples that he might let him loose. He set him as master to his household, and as ruler over all his property, to bind his princes agreeably to his soul, and that he might teach wisdom to even his elderly men. And Israel proceeded to come into Egypt, and Jacob himself resided as an alien in the land of Ham. And he kept making his people very fruitful, and gradually made them mightier than their adversaries. He let their heart change to hate his people, to behave cunningly against his servants. He sent Moses, his servant, Aaron, whom he had chosen. They set among them the matters of his signs, and the miracles in the land of Ham. He sent darkness, and so made it dark, and they did not rebel against his words. He changed their waters into blood, and proceeded to put their fish to death. Their land swarmed with frogs in the interior rooms of their kings. He said that the gadfly should come in, gnats in all their territories. He made their downpours hail, a flaming fire on their land. And he proceeded to strike their vines and their fig trees, and to break the trees of their territory. He said that the locusts should come in, and a species of locust, even without number. And they went eating all the vegetation in their land. They also went eating the fruitage of their ground. And he proceeded to strike down every firstborn in their land, the beginning of all their generative power. And he began to bring them out with silver and gold, and among his tribes there was no one stumbling along. Egypt rejoiced when they went out, for the dread of them had fallen upon them. He spread out a cloud for a screen, and fire to give light by night. They asked, and he proceeded to bring quails, and with bread from heaven he kept satisfying them. He opened a rock, and waters began to flow out. These went through the waterless regions as a river. For he remembered his holy word with Abraham his servant. So he brought out his people with exultation, his chosen ones even with a joyful cry. And gradually he gave them the lands of the nations, and they kept taking possession of the product of the hard work of national groups, to the end that they might keep his regulations and observe his own laws. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 106. Praise Jah, you people. Give thanks to Jehovah, for he is good, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Who can utter the mighty performances of Jehovah, or can make all his praise to be heard? Happy are those observing justice, doing righteousness all the time. Remember me, O Jehovah, with the goodwill toward your people. Take care of me with your salvation, that I may see the goodness to your chosen ones, that I may rejoice with the rejoicing of your nation, that I may make my boast with your inheritance. We have sinned just the same as our forefathers. We have done wrong. We have acted wickedly. As for our forefathers in Egypt, they did not show any insight into your wonderful works. They did not remember the abundance of your grand loving kindness, but they behaved rebelliously at the sea, by the Red Sea. And he proceeded to save them for the sake of his name, so as to make his mightiness known. Accordingly he rebuked the Red Sea, and it was gradually dried up. And he went walking them through the watery deep as through the wilderness. And so he saved them from the hand of the hater, and reclaimed them from the hand of the enemy. And the waters came covering their adversaries. Not one of them was left. Then they had faith in his word. They began to sing his praise. Quickly they forgot his works. They did not wait for his counsel. But they showed their selfish desire in the wilderness, and went putting God to the proof in the desert. And he proceeded to give them their request, and to send a wasting disease into their soul. And they began to envy Moses in the camp, even Aaron, the Holy One of Jehovah. The earth then opened up and swallowed down Dathan, and covered over the assembly of Abiram. And a fire went burning among their assembly. A flame itself went devouring the wicked ones. Furthermore, they made a calf in Horeb, and bowed down to a molten image, so that they exchanged my glory for a representation of a bull, an eater of vegetation. They forgot God, their Savior, the doer of great things in Egypt, wonderful works in the land of Ham, fear-inspiring things at the Red Sea. And he was about to say to annihilate them, if it had not been for Moses, his chosen one, who stood in the gap before him to turn back his rage from bringing them to ruin. And they got to contemning the desirable land. They had no faith in his word. And they kept grumbling in their tents. They did not listen to the voice of Jehovah. So he proceeded to raise his hand in an oath concerning them, that he would make them fall in the wilderness, and that he would make their offspring fall among the nations, and that he would scatter them among the lands. And they began to attach themselves to Baal of Peor, and to eat the sacrifices of the dead ones. As they were causing offense by their dealings, a scourge now broke out among them. When Phinehas stood up and intervened, then the scourge was halted. And it came to be counted to him as righteousness, for generation after generation to time indefinite. Further, they caused provocation at the waters of Meribah, so that it went badly with Moses by reason of them. For they embittered his spirit, and he began to speak rashly with his lips. They did not annihilate the peoples, as Jehovah had said to them. And they went mingling with the nations, and took up learning their works. And they kept serving their idols, and these came to be a snare to them. And they would sacrifice their sons and their daughters to demons. So they kept spilling innocent blood, the blood of their sons and their daughters, whom they sacrificed to the idols of Canaan, and the land came to be polluted with bloodshed. And they got to be unclean by their works, and kept having immoral intercourse by their dealings. And the anger of Jehovah began to blaze against his people, and he came to detest his inheritance. And he repeatedly gave them into the hand of the nations, that those hating them might rule over them, and that their enemies might oppress them, and that they might be subdued under their hand. Many times he would deliver them, but they themselves would behave rebelliously in their disobedient course, and they would be brought low for their error. And he would see the distress of theirs when he heard their entreating cry. And he would remember concerning them his covenant, and he would feel regret according to the abundance of his grand loving kindness. And he would grant them to be objects of pity before all those holding them captive. Save us, O Jehovah our God, and collect us together from the nations to give thanks to your holy name, to speak exultingly in your praise. Blessed be Jehovah the God of Israel, from time indefinite even to time indefinite. And all the people must say, Amen. Praise Jah, you people. Book 5, Psalm 107. O give thanks to Jehovah, you people, for he is good, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Let the reclaimed ones of Jehovah say so, whom he has reclaimed from the hand of the adversary, and whom he has collected together even from the lands, from the sunrise and from the sunset, from the north and from the south. They wandered about in the wilderness, in the desert. They did not find any way to a city of habitation. They were hungry, also thirsty. Their very soul within them began to faint away. And they kept crying out to Jehovah in their distress. Out of the stresses upon them he proceeded to deliver them, and to have them walk in the right way, so as to come to a city of habitation. Oh, let people give thanks to Jehovah for his loving kindness, and for his wonderful works to the sons of men. For he has satisfied the dried-out soul, and the hungry soul he has filled with good things. There were those dwelling in darkness and deep shadow, prisoners in affliction and irons. For they had behaved rebelliously against the sayings of God, and the counsel of the Most High they had disrespected. So with trouble he proceeded to subdue their heart. They stumbled, and there was no one helping. And they began calling to Jehovah for help in their distress. Out of the stresses upon them he as usual saved them. He went bringing them out from darkness and deep shadow, and tearing even their bands apart. Oh, let people give thanks to Jehovah for his loving kindness, and for his wonderful works to the sons of men. For he has broken the doors of copper, and he has cut down even the bars of iron. Those who were foolish due to the way of their transgression and due to their errors finally caused themselves affliction. Their soul got to detest even every sort of food, and they were arriving at the gates of death. And they began calling to Jehovah for help in their distress. Out of the stresses upon them, he as usual saved them. He proceeded to send his word and heal them, and to provide them escape out of their pits. Oh, let people give thanks to Jehovah for his loving kindness, and for his wonderful works to the sons of men. And let them offer the sacrifices of thanksgiving, and declare his works with a joyful cry. Those going down to the sea in the ships, doing business on vast waters, they are the ones that have seen the works of Jehovah, and his wonderful works in the depths. How he says the word, and causes a tempestuous wind to arise, so that it lifts up its waves. They go up to the heavens, they go down to the bottoms. Because of the calamity, their very soul finds itself melting. They reel and move unsteadily like a drunken man, and even all their wisdom proves confused. And they begin crying out to Jehovah in their distress, and out of the stresses upon them he brings them forth. He causes the windstorm to stand at a calm, so that the waves of the sea keep quiet. And they rejoice because these become still, and he leads them to the haven of their delight. Oh, let people give thanks to Jehovah for his loving kindness, and for his wonderful works to the sons of men. And let them extol him in the congregation of the people, and in the seat of the elderly men let them praise him. He converts rivers into a wilderness, and the outflows of water into thirsty ground, fruitful land into salt country, owing to the badness of those dwelling in it. He converts a wilderness into a reedy pool of water, and the land of a waterless region into outflows of water. And there he causes the hungry ones to dwell, so that they firmly establish a city of habitation. And they sow fields and plant vineyards, that they may yield fruitful crops. And he blesses them, so that they become very many, and he does not let their cattle become few. Again they become few, and crouch down, owing to restraint, calamity, and grief. He is pouring out contempt upon nobles, so that he makes them wander about in a featureless place where there is no way. But he protects the poor one from affliction, and converts him into families just like a flock. The upright ones see and rejoice, but as for all unrighteousness, it has to shut its mouth. Who is wise? He will both observe these things and show himself attentive toward Jehovah's acts of loving kindness. Psalm 108, a song, a melody of David. My heart is steadfast, O God. I will sing and make melody, even my glory. Do awake, O stringed instrument, you too, O harp. I will awaken the dawn. I shall laud you among the peoples, O Jehovah, and I shall make melody to you among the national groups. For your loving kindness is great up to the heavens, and your trueness up to the skies. Oh, be exalted above the heavens, O God, and let your glory be above all the earth, in order that your beloved ones may be rescued. Oh, do save with your right hand and answer me. God himself has spoken in his holiness. I will exalt, I will give out Shechem as a portion, and the low plain of Succoth I shall measure off. Gilead belongs to me, Manasseh belongs to me, and Ephraim is the fortress of my head one. Judah is my commander's staff. Moab is my washing pot. Over Edom I shall throw my sandal. Over Philistia I shall shout in triumph. Who will bring me to the fortified city? Who will actually lead me as far as Edom? Is it not you, O God, who have cast us off, and who do not go forth with our armies as God. Do give us assistance from distress, as salvation by earthling man is worthless. By God we shall gain vital energy, and He Himself will tread down our adversaries. Psalm 109, to the Director, of David, a melody. O God of my praise, do not keep silent. For the mouth of the wicked one and the mouth of deception have opened against me. They have spoken about me with the tongue of falsehood, and with words of hatred they have surrounded me, and they keep fighting against me without cause. For my love they keep resisting me, but on my part there is prayer. And they render to me bad for good, and hatred for my love. Appoint over him someone wicked, and may a resister himself keep standing at his right hand. When he is judged, let him go forth as someone wicked, and let his very prayer become a sin. Let his days prove to be few, his office of oversight let someone else take. Let his sons become fatherless boys, and his wife be a widow. And without fail let his sons go wandering about, and they must do begging, and they must look for food from their desolate places. Let the usurer lay out traps for all that he has, and let strangers make plunder of his product of toil. May he come to have no one extending loving kindness, and may there prove to be no one showing favor to his fatherless boys. Let his posterity be for cutting off. In the following generation, let their name be wiped out. Let the error of his forefathers be remembered to Jehovah, and the sin of his mother, may it not be wiped out. Let them prove to be in front of Jehovah constantly, and may he cut off the remembrance of them from the very earth, for the reason that he did not remember to exercise loving kindness, but he kept pursuing the afflicted and poor man, and the one dejected at heart, to put him to death. And he kept loving the malediction, so that it came upon him. And he did not take delight in the blessing, so that it became far away from him. And he came to be clothed with malediction as his garment. So it came like waters into the midst of him, and like oil into his bones. May it prove to be for him like a garment with which he enwraps himself, and as a girdle that he keeps girded about himself constantly. This is the wages from Jehovah of the one resisting me, and of those speaking evil against my soul. But you are Jehovah the sovereign Lord. Deal with me for the sake of your name. Because your loving kindness is good, deliver me. For I am afflicted and poor, and my heart itself has been pierced within me. Like a shadow when it declines, I am obliged to go away. I have been shaken off like a locust. My knees themselves have swayed from fasting, and my very flesh has grown lean without any oil. And to them I myself have become something reproachable. They see me, they begin wagging their head. Help me, O Jehovah my God. Save me according to your loving kindness. And may they know that this is your hand, that you yourself, O Jehovah, have done it. Let them, for their part, pronounce a malediction, but may you, for your part, pronounce a blessing. They have risen up, but let them be ashamed, and let your own servant rejoice. Let those resisting me be clothed with humiliation, and let them enwrap themselves with their shame, just as with a sleeveless coat. I shall laud Jehovah very much with my mouth, and in among many people I shall praise him. For he will stand at the right hand of the poor, to save him from those judging his soul. Psalm 110, of David, a melody. The utterance of Jehovah to my Lord is, Sit at my right hand until I place your enemies as a stool for your feet. The rod of your strength Jehovah will send out of Zion, saying, Go subduing in the midst of your enemies. Your people will offer themselves willingly on the day of your military force. In the splendors of holiness, from the womb of the dawn, you have your company of young men just like dewdrops. Jehovah has sworn, and he will feel no regret. You are a priest to time indefinite, according to the manner of Melchizedek. Jehovah himself at your right hand will certainly break kings to pieces on the day of his anger. He will execute judgment among the nations. He will cause a fullness of dead bodies. He will certainly break to pieces the head one over a populous land. From the torn valley and the way he will drink. That is why he will raise high his head. Psalm 111. Praise Jah, you people. I shall laud Jehovah with all my heart in the intimate group of upright ones and the assembly. The works of Jehovah are great, searched for on the part of all those delighting in them. His activity is dignity and splendor themselves, and his righteousness is standing forever. A memorial he has made for his wonderful works. Jehovah is gracious and merciful. Food he has given to those fearing him. To time indefinite he will remember his covenant. The power of his works he has told to his people, in giving them the inheritance of the nations. The works of his hands are truth and judgment. Trustworthy are all the orders he gives, well supported forever, to time indefinite, done in truth and uprightness. He has sent redemption itself to his people. To time indefinite he has commanded his covenant. His name is holy and fear-inspiring. The fear of Jehovah is the beginning of wisdom. All those doing them have a good insight. His praise is standing forever. Psalm 112. Praise Jah, you people. Happy is the man in fear of Jehovah, in whose commandments he has taken very much delight. Mighty in the earth his offspring will become. As for the generation of the upright ones, it will be blessed. Valuable things and riches are in his house, and his righteousness is standing forever. He has flashed up in the darkness as a light to the upright ones. He is gracious and merciful and righteous. The man is good who is gracious and is lending. He sustains his affairs with justice. For at no time will he be made to totter. The righteous one will prove to be for remembrance to time indefinite. He will not be afraid even of bad news. His heart is steadfast, made reliant upon Jehovah. His heart is unshakable. He will not be afraid until he looks on his adversaries. He has distributed widely. He is given to the poor ones. His righteousness is standing forever. His own horn will be exalted with glory. The wicked one himself will see and certainly become vexed. He will grind his very teeth and actually melt away. The desire of the wicked ones will perish. Psalm 113. Praise Jah, you people. Offer praise, O you servants of Jehovah. Praise the name of Jehovah. May Jehovah's name become blessed from now on and to time indefinite. From the rising of the sun until its setting, Jehovah's name is to be praised. Jehovah has become high above all the nations. His glory is above the heavens. Who is like Jehovah our God, him who is making his dwelling on high? He is condescending to look on heaven and earth, raising up the lowly one from the very dust. He exalts the poor one from the ash pit itself, to make him sit with the nobles of his people. He is causing the barren woman to dwell in a house as a joyful mother of sons. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 114. When Israel went forth from Egypt, the house of Jacob from a people speaking unintelligibly, Judah became his holy place, Israel his grand dominion. The sea itself saw and took to flight. As for the Jordan, it began to turn back. The mountains themselves skipped about like rams, the hills like lambs. What was the matter with you, O sea, that you took to flight, O Jordan, that you began to turn back? O mountains, that you went skipping about like rams, O hills like lambs? Because of the Lord, be in severe pains, O earth, because of the God of Jacob, who is changing the rock into a reedy pool of water, a flinty rock into a spring of water. Psalm 115. To us belongs nothing, O Jehovah, to us belongs nothing, but to your name give glory, according to your loving kindness, according to your trueness. Why should the nations say, where now is their God? But our God is in the heavens. Everything that he delighted to do he has done. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of the hands of earthling man. A mouth they have, but they cannot speak. Eyes they have, but they cannot see. Ears they have, but they cannot hear. A nose they have, but they cannot smell. Hands are theirs, but they cannot feel. Feet are theirs, but they cannot walk. They utter no sound with their throat. Those making them will become just like them, all those who are trusting in them. O Israel, trust in Jehovah. He is their help and their shield. O house of Aaron, put your trust in Jehovah. He is their help and their shield. You that fear Jehovah, trust in Jehovah. He is their help and their shield. Jehovah himself has remembered us. He will bless. He will bless the house of Israel. He will bless the house of Aaron. He will bless those fearing Jehovah, the small ones as well as the great ones. Jehovah will give increase to you and to your sons. You are the ones blessed by Jehovah, the maker of heaven and earth. As regards the heavens, to Jehovah the heavens belong, but the earth he has given to the sons of men. The dead themselves do not praise Jah, nor do any going down into silence. But we ourselves will bless Jah from now on and to time indefinite. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 116. I do love, because Jehovah hears my voice, my entreaties. For he has inclined his ear to me, and throughout my days I shall call. The ropes of death encircled me, and the distressing circumstances of Sheol themselves found me. Distress and grief I kept finding. But upon the name of Jehovah I proceeded to call. Ah, Jehovah, do provide my soul with escape. Jehovah is gracious and righteous, and our God is one showing mercy. Jehovah is guarding the inexperienced ones. I was impoverished, and he proceeded to save even me. Return to your resting place, O my soul, for Jehovah himself has acted appropriately toward you. For you have rescued my soul from death, my eye from tears. my foot from stumbling. I will walk before Jehovah in the lands of those living. I had faith, for I proceeded to speak. I myself was very much afflicted. I, for my part, said when I became panicky, "Every man is a liar." What shall I repay to Jehovah for all his benefits to me? The cup of grand salvation I shall take up, and on the name of Jehovah I shall call. My vows I shall pay to Jehovah, yes, in front of all his people. Precious in the eyes of Jehovah is the death of his loyal ones. Ah, now, O Jehovah, for I am your servant. I am your servant, the son of your slave girl. You have loosened my bands. To you I shall offer the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and on the name of Jehovah I shall call. My vows I shall pay to Jehovah, yes, in front of all his people, in the courtyards of the house of Jehovah, in the midst of you, O Jerusalem. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 117. Praise Jehovah, all you nations. Commend him, all you clans. For toward us his loving kindness has proved mighty, and the trueness of Jehovah is to time indefinite. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 118. Give thanks to Jehovah, you people, for he is good, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Let Israel now say, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Let those of the house of Aaron now say, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Let those fearing Jehovah now say, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Out of the distressing circumstances I called upon Jah. Jah answered and put me into a roomy place. Jehovah is on my side. I shall not fear. What can earthling man do to me? Jehovah is on my side among those helping me, so that I myself shall look upon those hating me. It is better to take refuge in Jehovah than to trust in earthling man. It is better to take refuge in Jehovah than to trust in nobles. All the nations themselves surrounded me. It was in the name of Jehovah that I kept holding them off. They surrounded me. Yes, they had me surrounded. It was in the name of Jehovah that I kept holding them off. They surrounded me like bees. They were extinguished like a fire of thorn bushes. It was in the name of Jehovah that I kept holding them off. You pushed me hard that I should fall, but Jehovah himself helped me. Jah is my shelter and my might, and to me he becomes salvation. The voice of a joyful cry and salvation is in the tents of the righteous ones. The right hand of Jehovah is demonstrating vital energy. The right hand of Jehovah is exalting itself. The right hand of Jehovah is demonstrating vital energy. I shall not die, but I shall keep living, that I may declare the works of Jah. Jah corrected me severely, but he did not give me over to death itself. Open to me the gates of righteousness, you people. I shall go into them. I shall laud Jah. This is the gate of Jehovah. The righteous themselves will go into it. I shall laud you, for you answered me, and you came to be my salvation. The stone that the builders rejected has become the head of the corner. This has come to be from Jehovah himself. It is wonderful in our eyes. This is the day that Jehovah has made. We will be joyful and rejoice in it. Ah, now, Jehovah, do save, please. Ah, now, Jehovah, do grant success. Please. Blessed be the one coming in the name of Jehovah. We have blessed you people out of the house of Jehovah. Jehovah is the divine one, and he gives us light. Bind the festival procession with boughs, O you people, as far as the horns of the altar. You are my divine one, and I shall laud you. My God, I shall exalt you. Give thanks to Jehovah, you people, for he is good, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Psalm 119. Happy are the ones faultless in their way, the ones walking in the law of Jehovah. Happy are those observing his reminders. With all the heart they keep searching for him. Really they have practiced no unrighteousness. In his ways they have walked. You yourself have commandingly given your orders to be carefully kept. Oh, that my ways were firmly established to keep your regulations. In that case I should not be ashamed when I look to all your commandments. I shall laud you in uprightness of heart when I learn your righteous judicial decisions. Your regulations I continue to keep. Oh, do not leave me entirely. How will a young man cleanse his path? By keeping on guard according to your word. With my whole heart I have searched for you. Do not cause me to go astray from your commandments. In my heart I have treasured up your saying, in order that I may not sin against you. Blessed you are, O Jehovah. Teach me your regulations. With my lips I have declared all the judicial decisions of your mouth. In the way of your reminders I have exalted, just as over all other valuable things. With your orders I will concern myself, and I will look to your paths. For your statutes I shall show a fondness. I shall not forget your word. Act appropriately toward your servant, that I may live and that I may keep your word. Uncover my eyes, that I may look at the wonderful things out of your law. I am but an alien resident in the land. Do not conceal from me your commandments. My soul is crushed with longing for your judicial decisions all the time. You have rebuked the cursed presumptuous ones who are straying from your commandments. Roll off me reproach and contempt, for I have observed your own reminders. Even princes have said, against me they have spoken with one another. As for your servant, he concerns himself with your regulations. Also, your reminders are what I am fond of, as men of my counsel. My soul has been cleaving to the very dust. Preserve me alive according to your word. I have declared my own ways, that you may answer me. Teach me your regulations. Make me understand the way of your own orders, that I may concern myself with your wonderful works. My soul has been sleepless from grief. Raise me up according to your word. Remove from me even the false way, and favor me with your own law. The way of faithfulness I have chosen. Your judicial decisions I have considered appropriate. I have cleaved to your reminders. O Jehovah, do not put me to shame. I shall run the very way of your commandments, because you make my heart have the room. Instruct me, O Jehovah, in the way of your regulations, that I may observe it down to the last. Make me understand, that I may observe your law, and that I may keep it with the whole heart. Cause me to tread in the pathway of your commandments, for in it I have taken delight. Incline my heart to your reminders, and not to prophets. Make my eyes pass on from seeing what is worthless. Preserve me alive in your own way. Carry out to your servant your saying that tends to the fear of you. Make my reproach pass away, of which I have been scared, for your judicial decisions are good. Look, I have longed for your orders. In your righteousness preserve me alive. And may your loving kindnesses come to me, O Jehovah, your salvation according to your saying, that I may answer the one reproaching me with the word, for I have trusted in your word. And do not take away from my mouth the word of truth entirely, for I have waited for your own judicial decision. And I will keep your law constantly, to time indefinite, even forever. And I will walk about in a roomy place, for I have searched even for your orders. I will also speak about your reminders in front of kings, and I shall not be ashamed. And I shall show a fondness for your commandments that I have loved, and I shall raise my palms to your commandments that I have loved, and I will concern myself with your regulations. Remember the word to your servant, for which you have made me wait. This is my comfort in my affliction, for your own saying has preserved me alive. The presumptuous ones themselves have derided me to the extreme. From your law I have not deviated. I have remembered your judicial decisions from time indefinite, O Jehovah, and I find comfort for myself. A raging heat itself has taken hold of me because of the wicked, who are leaving your law. Melodies, your regulations have become to me in the house of my alien residences. In the night I have remembered your name, O Jehovah, that I may keep your law. Even this has become mine, because your orders I have observed. Jehovah is my share. I have promised to keep your words. I have softened your face with all my heart. Show me favor according to your saying. I have considered my ways, that I may turn back my feet to your reminders. I hurried up, and I did not delay to keep your commandments. The very ropes of the wicked ones surrounded me. Your law I did not forget. At midnight I get up to give thanks to you for your righteous judicial decisions. A partner I am of all those who do fear you, and of those keeping your orders. Your loving kindness, O Jehovah, has filled the earth. Teach me your own regulations. You have dealt well indeed with your servant, O Jehovah, according to your word. Teach me goodness, sensibleness, and knowledge themselves, for in your commandments I have exercised faith. Before I was under affliction, I was sinning by mistake, but now I have kept your very saying. You are good, and are doing good. Teach me your regulations. The presumptuous have smeared me with falsehood. As for me, with all my heart I shall observe your orders. Their heart has become unfeeling, just like fat. I, for my part, have been fond of your own law. It is good for me that I have been afflicted, in order that I may learn your regulations. The law of your mouth is good for me, more so than thousands of pieces of gold and silver. Your own hands have made me, and they proceeded to fix me solidly. Make me understand, that I may learn your commandments. Those fearing you are the ones that see me and rejoice, for I have waited for your own word. I well know, O Jehovah, that your judicial decisions are righteousness, and that with faithfulness you have afflicted me. May your loving kindness serve, please, to comfort me, according to your saying to your servant. Let your mercies come to me, that I may keep living, for your law is what I am fond of. Let the presumptuous ones be ashamed, for without cause they have misled me. As for me, I concern myself with your orders. Let those fearing you turn back to me, those also knowing your reminders. Let my heart prove faultless in your regulations, in order that I may not be ashamed. For your salvation my soul has pined away. For your word I have waited. My eyes have pined away for your saying, while I say, when will you comfort me? For I have become like a skin bottle in the smoke. Your regulations I have not forgotten. How many are the days of your servant? When will you execute judgment against those persecuting me? The presumptuous have excavated pitfalls to get me, those who are not in accord with your law. All your commandments are faithfulness itself. Without cause they have persecuted me. Oh, help me. In a little while they would have exterminated me in the earth. But I myself did not leave your orders. According to your loving kindness, preserve me alive, that I may keep the reminder of your mouth. To time indefinite, O Jehovah, your word is stationed in the heavens. Your faithfulness is for generation after generation. You have solidly fixed the earth, that it may keep standing. According to your judicial decisions, they have stood till today, for they are all your servants. If your law had not been what I am fond of, then I should have perished in my affliction. To time indefinite I shall not forget your orders, because by them you have preserved me alive. I am yours. O save me, because I have searched for your own orders. For me the wicked have waited to destroy me. To your reminders I keep showing myself attentive. To all perfection I have seen an end. Your commandment is very broad. How I do love your law! All day long it is my concern. Wiser than my enemies your commandment makes me, because to time indefinite it is mine. More insight than all my teachers I have come to have, because your reminders are a concern to me. With more understanding than older men I behave, because I have observed your own orders. From every bad path I have restrained my feet, for the purpose that I may keep your word. From your judicial decisions I have not turned aside, for you yourself have instructed me. How smooth to my palate your sayings have been, more so than honey to my mouth. Owing to your orders I behave with understanding. That is why I have hated every false path. Your word is a lamp to my foot and a light to my roadway. I have made a sworn statement, and I will carry it out, to keep your righteous judicial decisions. I have been afflicted to a great extent. O Jehovah, preserve me alive according to your word. Please take pleasure in the voluntary offerings of my mouth, O Jehovah, and teach me your own judicial decisions. My soul is in my palm constantly, but your law I have not forgotten. The wicked have set a trap for me, but from your orders I have not wandered. I have taken your reminders as a possession to time indefinite, for they are the exaltation of my heart. I have inclined my heart to do your regulations to time indefinite, down to the last. The half-hearted ones I have hated, but your law I have loved. You are my place of concealment and my shield. For your word I have waited. Get away from me, you evildoers, that I may observe the commandments of my God. Support me according to your saying, that I may keep living, and do not put me to shame for my hope. Sustain me, that I may be saved, and I shall gaze upon your regulations constantly. You have tossed away all those straying from your regulations, for their trickiness is falsehood. As scummy dross you have made all the wicked ones of the earth to cease. Therefore I have loved your reminders. From the dread of you my flesh has had a creepy feeling, and because of your judicial decisions I have been afraid. I have executed judgment and righteousness. Oh, do not abandon me to those defrauding me. Act as a surety for your servant for what is good. May the presumptuous ones not defraud me. My very eyes have pined away for your salvation and for your righteous saying. Do with your servant according to your loving kindness, and teach me your own regulations. I am your servant. Make me understand, that I may know your reminders. It is the time for Jehovah to act. They have broken your law. That is why I have loved your commandments more than gold, even refined gold. That is why I have considered all orders regarding all things to be right. Every false path I have hated. Your reminders are wonderful. That is why my soul has observed them. The very disclosure of your words gives light, making the inexperienced ones understand. My mouth I have opened wide, that I may pant, because for your commandments I have longed. Turn to me and show me favor, according to your judicial decision toward those loving your name. Fix my own steps solidly in your saying, and may no kind of hurtful thing domineer over me. Redeem me from any defrauder of mankind, and I will keep your orders. Make your own face shine upon your servant, and teach me your regulations. Streams of water have run down my eyes over the fact that they have not kept your law. You are righteous, O Jehovah, and your judicial decisions are upright. You have commanded your reminders in righteousness and in exceeding faithfulness. My ardor has made an end of me, because my adversaries have forgotten your words. Your saying is very much refined, and your own servant loves it. I am insignificant and contemptible. Your orders I have not forgotten. Your righteousness is a righteousness to time indefinite, and your law is truth. Distress and difficulty themselves found me. Your commandments I was fond of. The righteousness of your reminders is to time indefinite. Make me understand, that I may keep living. I have called with my whole heart. Answer me, O Jehovah. Your regulations I will observe. I have called upon you. Oh, save me, and I will keep your reminders. I have been up early in the morning twilight, that I may cry for help. For your words I have waited. My eyes have been ahead of the night watches, for me to concern myself with your saying. Oh, do hear my own voice according to your loving kindness. O Jehovah, according to your judicial decision, preserve me alive. Those in pursuit of loose conduct have come near. They have got far away from your own law. You are near, O Jehovah, and all your commandments are truth. Long ago I have known some of your reminders, for to time indefinite you have founded them. Oh, see my affliction, and rescue me, for I have not forgotten your own law. O do conduct my legal case and recover me. Preserve me alive in agreement with your saying. Salvation is far away from the wicked ones, for they have not searched for your own regulations. Many are your mercies, O Jehovah. According to your judicial decisions, O preserve me alive. My persecutors and my adversaries are many. From your reminders I have not deviated. I have seen those who are treacherous in dealing, and I do feel a loathing, because they have not kept your own saying. O see that I have loved your own orders. O Jehovah, according to your loving kindness, preserve me alive. The substance of your word is truth, and every righteous judicial decision of yours is to time indefinite. Princes themselves have persecuted me for no cause, but my heart has been in dread of your own words. I am exulting over your saying, just as one does when finding much spoil. Falsehood I have hated, and I do keep detesting it. Your law I have loved. 7 times in the day I have praised you because of your righteous judicial decisions. Abundant peace belongs to those loving your law, and for them there is no stumbling block. I have hoped for your salvation, O Jehovah, and I have done your own commandments. My soul has kept your reminders, and I love them exceedingly. I have kept your orders and your reminders, for all my ways are in front of you. May my entreating cry come near before you, O Jehovah. According to your word, O make me understand. May my request for favor enter in before you. According to your saying, O deliver me. May my lips bubble forth praise, for you teach me your regulations. May my tongue sing forth your saying, for all your commandments are righteousness. May your hand serve to help me, because your orders I have chosen. I have longed for your salvation, O Jehovah, and your law I am fond of. May my soul keep living and praising you, and may your own judicial decisions help me. I have wandered like a lost sheep. O look for your servant, for I have not forgotten your own commandments. Psalm 120, a Song of the Ascents. To Jehovah I called in the distress of mine, and he proceeded to answer me. O Jehovah, do deliver my soul from false lips, from the tricky tongue. What will one give to you, and what will one add to you, O you tricky tongue? Sharpened arrows of a mighty man, along with burning coals of the broom trees. Woe to me, for I have resided as an alien in Meshech. I have tabernacled together with the tents of Kedar. For too long a time my soul has tabernacled with the haters of peace. I stand for peace, but when I speak, they are for war. Psalm 121, a Song for the Ascents. I shall raise my eyes to the mountains. From where will my help come? My help is from Jehovah, the maker of heaven and earth. He cannot possibly allow your foot to totter. The one guarding you cannot possibly be drowsy. Look, he will not be drowsy nor go to sleep, he that is guarding Israel. Jehovah is guarding you. Jehovah is your shade on your right hand. By day the sun itself will not strike you, nor the moon by night. Jehovah himself will guard you against all calamity. He will guard your soul. Jehovah himself will guard your going out and your coming in from now on and to time indefinite. Psalm 122, a song of the ascents of David. I rejoiced when they were saying to me, "To the house of Jehovah let us go." Our feet proved to be standing within your gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem is one that is built like a city that has been joined together in oneness, to which the tribes have gone up, the tribes of Jah, as a reminder to Israel to give thanks to the name of Jehovah. For there the thrones for judgment have been sitting, thrones for the house of David. Ask, O you people, for the peace of Jerusalem. Those loving you, O city, will be free from care. May peace continue within your rampart, freedom from care within your dwelling towers. For the sake of my brothers and my companions, I will now speak. May there be peace within you. For the sake of the house of Jehovah our God, I will keep seeking good for you. Psalm 123, a song of the ascents. To you I have raised my eyes, O you who are dwelling in the heavens. Look, as the eyes of servants are toward the hand of their master, as the eyes of a maidservant are toward the hand of her mistress, so our eyes are toward Jehovah our God until he shows us favor. Show us favor, O Jehovah, show us favor. For to an abundance we have been glutted with contempt. Abundantly our soul has been glutted with the derision of those who are at ease, of the contempt on the part of the arrogant ones. Psalm 124, a song of the ascents of David. Had it not been that Jehovah proved to be for us, let Israel now say, had it not been that Jehovah proved to be for us when men rose up against us, then they would have swallowed us up even alive, when their anger was burning against us. Then the very waters would have washed us away, the torrent itself would have passed over our soul. Then there would have passed over our soul the waters of presumptuousness. Blessed be Jehovah, who is not given us as a prey to their teeth. Our soul is like a bird that is escaped from the trap of baiters. The trap is broken, and we ourselves have escaped. Our help is in the name of Jehovah, the maker of heaven and earth. Psalm 125, a song of the ascents. Those trusting in Jehovah are like Mount Zion, which cannot be made to totter, but dwells even to time indefinite. Jerusalem, as mountains are all around it, so Jehovah is all around his people from now on and to time indefinite. For the scepter of wickedness will not keep resting upon the lot of the righteous ones, in order that the righteous ones may not thrust out their hand upon any wrongdoing. O do good, O Jehovah, to the good ones, even to the ones upright in their hearts. As for those turning aside to their crooked ways, Jehovah will make them go away with the practicers of what is hurtful. There will be peace upon Israel. Psalm 126, a song of the ascents. When Jehovah gathered back the captive ones of Zion, we became like those who were dreaming. At that time our mouth came to be filled with laughter, and our tongue with a joyful cry. At that time they proceeded to say among the nations, Jehovah has done a great thing in what he has done with them. Jehovah has done a great thing in what he has done with us. We have become joyful. Do gather back, O Jehovah, our company of captives, like stream beds in the Negeb. Those sowing seed with tears will reap even with a joyful cry. The one that without fail goes forth, even weeping, carrying along a bag full of seed, will without fail come in with a joyful cry, carrying along his sheaves. Psalm 127, a Song of the Ascents, of Solomon. Unless Jehovah himself builds the house, it is to no avail that its builders have worked hard on it. Unless Jehovah himself guards the city, it is to no avail that the guard is kept awake. To no avail it is for you men that you are rising up early, that you are sitting down late, that you are eating food with pains. Just like this he gives sleep even to his beloved one. Look, sons are an inheritance from Jehovah. The fruitage of the belly is a reward. Like arrows in the hand of a mighty man, so are the sons of youth. Happy is the able-bodied man that has filled his quiver with them. They will not be ashamed, for they will speak with enemies in the gate. Psalm 128, a Song of the Ascents. Happy is every one fearing Jehovah, who is walking in his ways. For you will eat the toil of your own hands. Happy you will be, and it will be well with you. Your wife will be like a fruit-bearing vine in the innermost parts of your house. Your sons will be like slips of olive trees all around your table. Look, that is how the able-bodied man will be blessed who fears Jehovah. Jehovah will bless you out of Zion. See also the good of Jerusalem all the days of your life, and see the sons of your sons. May there be peace upon Israel. Psalm 129, a Song of the Ascents. Long enough they have shown hostility to me from my youth, let Israel now say. Long enough they have shown hostility to me from my youth, yet they have not prevailed over me. Plowmen have plowed upon my very back, they have lengthened their furrows. Jehovah is righteous. He has cut in pieces the ropes of the wicked ones. They will be ashamed and turn themselves back, all those hating Zion. They will become like green grass of the roofs, which before it has been torn out has dried up, with which the reaper has not filled his own hand, nor any one gathering sheaves his own bosom. Nor have those passing by said, The blessing of Jehovah be upon you, men. We have blessed you in the name of Jehovah. Psalm 130, a Song of the Ascents. Out of the depths I have called upon you, O Jehovah. O Jehovah, do hear my voice. May your ears prove to be attentive to the voice of my entreaties. If errors were what you watch, O Jehovah, who could stand? For there is the true forgiveness with you, in order that you may be feared. I have hoped, O Jehovah, my soul has hoped, and for his word I have waited. My soul has waited for Jehovah more than watchmen for the morning, watching for the morning. Let Israel keep waiting for Jehovah. For there is loving kindness with Jehovah, and abundantly so is there redemption with him. And he himself will redeem Israel out of all his errors. Psalm 131, a Song of the Ascents, of David. O Jehovah, my heart has not been haughty, nor have my eyes been lofty, nor have I walked in things too great, nor in things too wonderful for me. Surely I have soothed and quieted my soul like a weanling upon his mother. My soul is like a weanling upon me. Let Israel wait for Jehovah from now on and to time indefinite. Psalm 132, a Song of the Ascents. Remember, O Jehovah, concerning David all his humiliations, how he swore to Jehovah, how he vowed to the powerful one of Jacob. I will not go into the tent of my house. I will not go up on the divan of my grand lounge. I will not give sleep to my eyes, nor slumber to my own beaming eyes, until I find a place for Jehovah, a grand tabernacle for the powerful one of Jacob. Look, we have heard it in Ephrathah. We have found it in the fields of the forest. Let us come into his grand tabernacle. Let us bow down at his footstool. Do arise, O Jehovah, to your resting place, you and the ark of your strength. Let your priests themselves be clothed with righteousness, and let your own loyal ones cry out joyfully. On account of David your servant, do not turn back the face of your anointed one. Jehovah has sworn to David, truly he will not draw back from it. Of the fruitage of your belly I shall set on your throne. If your sons will keep my covenant and my reminders that I shall teach them, their sons also forever will sit upon your throne. For Jehovah has chosen Zion. He has longed for it as a dwelling for himself. This is my resting place forever. Here I shall dwell, for I have longed for it. Its provisions I shall bless without fail. Its poor ones I shall satisfy with bread. And its priests I shall clothe with salvation, and its loyal ones will without fail cry out joyfully. There I shall cause the horn of David to grow. I have set in order a lamp for my anointed one. His enemies I shall clothe with shame, but upon him his diadem will flourish. Psalm 133, a Song of the Ascents of David. Look, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. It is like the good oil upon the head, that is running down upon the beard, Aaron's beard, that is running down to the collar of his garments. It is like the dew of Hermon that is descending upon the mountains of Zion. For there Jehovah commanded the blessing to be, even life to time indefinite. Psalm 134, a Song of the Ascents. Oh, bless Jehovah, all you servants of Jehovah, you who are standing in the house of Jehovah during the nights. Raise your hands in holiness and bless Jehovah. May Jehovah bless you out of Zion, he the maker of heaven and earth. Psalm 135. Praise Jah, you people. Praise the name of Jehovah. Offer praise, O servants of Jehovah, you who are standing in the house of Jehovah, in the courtyards of the house of our God. Praise Jah, for Jehovah is good. Make melody to his name, for it is pleasant. For Jah has chosen even Jacob for himself, Israel for his special property. For I myself well know that Jehovah is great, and our Lord is more than all other gods. Everything that Jehovah delighted to do he has done in the heavens and in the earth, in the seas and all the watery deeps. He is causing vapors to ascend from the extremity of the earth. He has made even sluices for the rain. He is bringing forth the wind from his storehouses. He who struck down the firstborn ones of Egypt, both man and beast. He sent signs and miracles into the midst of you, O Egypt, upon Pharaoh and upon all his servants. He who struck down many nations and killed potent kings, even Sihon, the king of the Amorites, and Og, the king of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Canaan, and who gave their land as an inheritance to Israel, his people. O Jehovah, your name is to time indefinite. O Jehovah, your memorial is to generation after generation. For Jehovah will plead the cause of his people, and he will feel regret even over his servants. The idols of the nations are silver and gold, the work of the hands of earthling man. A mouth they have, but they can speak nothing. Eyes they have, but they can see nothing. Ears they have, but they can give ear to nothing. Also there exists no spirit in their mouth. Those making them will become just like them, everyone who is trusting in them. O house of Israel, do you men bless Jehovah? O house of Aaron, do you men bless Jehovah? O house of Levi, do you men bless Jehovah? You fears of Jehovah, bless Jehovah. Blessed out of Zion be Jehovah, who is residing in Jerusalem. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 136. Give thanks to Jehovah, O you people, for he is good. For his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Give thanks to the God of the gods, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Give thanks to the Lord of the lords, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. To the doer of wonderful great things by himself, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. To the one making the heavens with understanding, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. To the one laying out the earth above the waters, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. To the one making the great lights, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Even the sun for dominion by day, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. The moon and the stars for combined dominion by night, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. To the one striking down Egypt in their firstborn ones, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. And the one bringing Israel out of the midst of them, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. By a strong hand and by an arm stretched out, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. To the one severing the Red Sea into parts, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. And who caused Israel to pass through the middle of it, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. And who shook off Pharaoh and his military force into the Red Sea, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. To the one making his people walk through the wilderness, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. To the one striking down great kings, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. And who proceeded to kill majestic kings, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Even Sihon, the king of the Amorites, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. And Og, the king of Bashan, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. And who gave their land as an inheritance, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. An inheritance to Israel, his servant, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Who during our low condition remembered us, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite, and who repeatedly tore us away from our adversaries, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite, the one giving food to all flesh, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Give thanks to the God of the heavens, for his loving kindness is to time indefinite. Psalm 137. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. We also wept when we remembered Zion. Upon the poplar trees in the midst of her we hung our harps. For there those holding us captive asked us for the words of a song, and those mocking us for rejoicing. Sing for us one of the songs of Zion. How can we sing the song of Jehovah upon foreign ground? If I should forget you, O Jerusalem, let my right hand be forgetful. Let my tongue stick to my palate, if I were not to remember you, if I were not to make Jerusalem ascend above my chief cause for rejoicing. Remember, O Jehovah, regarding the sons of Edom, the day of Jerusalem, who were saying, lay it bare to the foundation within it. O daughter of Babylon, who are to be despoiled, happy will he be that rewards you with your own treatment with which you treated us. Happy will he be that grabs a hold and does dash to pieces your children against the crag. Psalm 138 of David. I shall laud you with all my heart. In front of other gods I shall make melody to you. I shall bow down toward your holy temple, and I shall laud your name because of your loving kindness and because of your trueness. For you have magnified your saying even above all your name. On the day that I called, you also proceeded to answer me. You began to make me bold in my soul with strength. All the kings of the earth will laud you, O Jehovah, for they will have heard the sayings of your mouth. And they will sing about the ways of Jehovah, for the glory of Jehovah is great. For Jehovah is high, and yet the humble one he sees, but the lofty one he knows only from a distance. If I should walk in the midst of distress, you will preserve me alive. Because of the anger of my enemies, you will thrust out your hand, and your right hand will save me. Jehovah himself will complete what is in my behalf. O Jehovah, to time indefinite is your loving kindness. Do not desert the works of your own hands. Psalm 139, for the director, of David, a melody. O Jehovah, you have searched through me, and you know me. You yourself have come to know my sitting down and my rising up. You have considered my thought from far off. My journeying and my lying outstretched you have measured off, and you have become familiar even with all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue. But look, O Jehovah, you already know it all. Behind and before you have besieged me, and you place your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is so high up that I cannot attain to it. Where can I go from your spirit, and where can I run away from your face? If I should ascend to heaven, there you would be. And if I should spread out my couch in Sheol, look, you would be there. Were I to take the wings of the dawn, that I might reside in the most remote sea, there also your own hand would lead me, and your right hand would lay hold of me. And were I to say, surely darkness itself will hastily seize me, then night would be light about me. Even the darkness itself would not prove too dark for you, but night itself would shine just as the day does. The darkness might just as well be the light. For you yourself produced my kidneys. You kept me screened off in the belly of my mother. I shall laud you, because in a fear-inspiring way I am wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful, as my soul is very well aware. My bones were not hidden from you when I was made in secret, when I was woven in the lowest parts of the earth. Your eyes saw even the embryo of me, and in your book all its parts were down in writing, as regards the days when they were formed, and there was not yet one among them. So, to me how precious your thoughts are! O God, how much does the grand sum of them amount to? Were I to try to count them, they are more than even the grains of sand. I have awaked, and yet I am still with you. Oh, that you, O God, would slay the wicked one. Then even the blood-guilty men will certainly depart from me, who say things about you according to their idea. They have taken up your name in a worthless way, your adversaries. Do I not hate those who are intensely hating you, O Jehovah? And do I not feel a loathing for those revolting against you? With a complete hatred I do hate them. They have become to me real enemies. Search through me, O God, and know my heart. Examine me, and know my disquieting thoughts, and see whether there is in me any painful way, and lead me in the way of time indefinite. Psalm 140, for the director, a melody of David. Rescue me, O Jehovah, from bad men. May you safeguard me even from the man of deeds of violence, those who have schemed bad things in their heart, who all day long keep attacking as in wars. They have sharpened their tongue like that of a serpent. The venom of the horned viper is under their lips. Keep me, O Jehovah, from the hands of the wicked one. May you safeguard me even from the man of deeds of violence, those who have schemed to push my steps. The self-exalted ones have hidden a trap for me, and ropes they have spread out as a net at the side of the track. Snares they have set for me. I have said to Jehovah, you are my God. Do give ear, O Jehovah, to the voice of my entreaties. O Jehovah, the sovereign Lord, the strength of my salvation, you have screened over my head in the day of the armed force. Do not grant, O Jehovah, the cravings of the wicked one. Do not promote his plotting, that they may not be exalted. As for the heads of those surrounding me, may the trouble of their own lips cover them. May burning coals be dropped upon them. Let them be made to fall into the fire, into watery pits, that they may not get up. The big talker, let him not be firmly established in the earth. The man of violence, let evil itself hunt him with repeated thrusts. I well know that Jehovah will execute the legal claim of the afflicted one, the judgment of the poor ones. Surely the righteous themselves will give thanks to your name. The upright ones will dwell before your face. Psalm 141, a melody of David. O Jehovah, I have called upon you. Do make haste to me. Do give ear to my voice when I call to you. May my prayer be prepared as incense before you, the raising up of my palms as the evening grain offering. Do set a guard, O Jehovah, for my mouth. Do set a watch over the door of my lips. Do not incline my heart to anything bad, so as to carry on notorious deeds and wickedness with men who are practicing what is hurtful, that I may not feed myself on their dainties. Should the righteous one strike me, it would be a loving kindness, and should he reprove me, it would be oil upon the head, which my head would not want to refuse. For still there would be even my prayer during their calamities. Their judges have been thrown down by the sides of the crag, but they have heard my sayings, that they are pleasant. As when one is doing cleaving and splitting on the earth, our bones have been scattered at the mouth of Sheol. However, my eyes are to you, O Jehovah, the sovereign Lord. In you I have taken refuge. Do not pour out my soul. Keep me from the clutches of the trap that they have laid for me, and from the snares of those practicing what is hurtful. The wicked will fall into their own nets altogether, while I, for my part, pass by. Psalm 142, Maskil, of David when he happened to be in the cave. A prayer. With my voice, to Jehovah I proceeded to call for aid. With my voice, to Jehovah I began to cry for favor. Before him I kept pouring out my concern. Before him I continued to tell about my own distress, when my spirit fainted away within me. Then you yourself knew my roadway. In the path in which I walk, they have hidden a trap for me. Look to the right hand and see that there is no one giving any recognition to me. My place for flight has perished from me. There is no one inquiring for my soul. I called to you, O Jehovah, for aid. I said, you are my refuge, my share in the land of the living ones. Do pay attention to my entreating cry, for I have become very much impoverished. Deliver me from my persecutors, for they are stronger than I am. Do bring my soul out of the very dungeon to laud your name. Around me let the righteous ones gather, because you deal appropriately with me. Psalm 143, a melody of David. O Jehovah, hear my prayer. Do give ear to my entreaty. In your faithfulness, answer me in your righteousness. And do not enter into judgment with your servant, for before you no one alive can be righteous. For the enemy has pursued my soul, he has crushed my life to the very earth. He has caused me to dwell in dark places, like those dead for time indefinite. And my spirit faints away within me. In the midst of me, my heart shows itself numbed. I have remembered days of long ago. I have meditated on all your activity. I willingly kept myself concerned with the work of your own hands. I have spread out my hands to you. My soul is like an exhausted land to you. Oh, hurry. Answer me, O Jehovah. My spirit has come to an end. Do not conceal your face from me, or else I must become comparable with those going down into the pit. In the morning cause me to hear your loving kindness, for in you I have put my trust. Make known to me the way in which I should walk, for to you I have lifted up my soul. Deliver me from my enemies, O Jehovah. I have taken cover even with you. Teach me to do your will, for you are my God. Your spirit is good. May it lead me in the land of uprightness. For the sake of your name, O Jehovah, may you preserve me alive. In your righteousness may you bring forth my soul out of distress. and in your loving kindness may you silence my enemies, and you must destroy all those showing hostility to my soul, for I am your servant. Psalm 144 of David. Blessed be Jehovah my rock, who is teaching my hands for fighting, my fingers for warfare, my loving kindness and my stronghold, my secure height, and my provider of escape from me, my shield and the one in whom I have taken refuge, the one subduing peoples under me. O Jehovah, what is man that you should notice him, the son of mortal man that you should take account of him? Man himself bears resemblance to a mere exhalation. His days are like a passing shadow. O Jehovah, bend down your heavens that you may descend. Touch the mountains that they may smoke. Lighten with lightning that you may scatter them. Send out your arrows that you may throw them into confusion. Thrust your hands out from the height. Set me free and deliver me from the many waters, from the hand of the foreigners, whose mouth has spoken what is untrue, and whose right hand is a right hand of falsehood. O God, a new song I will sing to you. On an instrument of 10 strings I will make melody to you, the one giving salvation to kings, the one setting David his servant free from the injurious sword. Set me free, and deliver me from the hand of the foreigners, whose mouth has spoken what is untrue, and whose right hand is a right hand of falsehood, who say, Our sons are like little plants grown up in their youth, our daughters like corners carved in palace style, our garners full, furnishing products of one sort after another, our flocks multiplying by thousands, 10,000 to 1 in our streets, our cattle loaded down, without any rupture and with no abortion, and with no outcry in our public squares. Happy is the people for whom it is just like that. Happy is the people whose God is Jehovah. Psalm 145, a praise of David. I will exalt you, O my God the King, and I will bless your name to time indefinite, even forever. All day long I will bless you, and I will praise your name to time indefinite, even forever. Jehovah is great and very much to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. Generation after generation will commend your works, and about your mighty acts they will tell. The glorious splendor of your dignity and the matters of your wonderful works I will make my concern. And they will talk about the strength of your own fear-inspiring things, and as for your greatness, I will declare it. With the mention of the abundance of your goodness they will bubble over, and because of your righteousness they will cry out joyfully. Jehovah is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and great in loving kindness. Jehovah is good to all, and his mercies are over all his works. All your works will laud you, O Jehovah, and your loyal ones will bless you. About the glory of your kingship they will talk, and about your mightiness they will speak, to make known to the sons of men his mighty acts and the glory of the splendor of his kingship. Your kingship is a kingship for all times indefinite, and your dominion is throughout all successive generations. Jehovah is giving support to all who are falling, and is raising up all who are bowed down. To you the eyes of all look hopefully, and you are giving them their food in its season. You are opening your hand and satisfying the desire of every living thing. Jehovah is righteous in all his ways and loyal in all his works. Jehovah is near to all those calling upon him, to all those who call upon him in trueness. The desire of those fearing him he will perform, and their cry for help he will hear, and he will save them. Jehovah is guarding all those loving him, but all the wicked ones he will annihilate. The praise of Jehovah my mouth will speak, and let all flesh bless his holy name to time indefinite, even forever. Psalm 146. Praise Jah, you people. Praise Jehovah, O my soul. I will praise Jehovah during my lifetime. I will make melody to my God as long as I am. Do not put your trust in nobles, nor in the son of earthling man, to whom no salvation belongs. His spirit goes out, he goes back to his ground. In that day his thoughts do perish. Happy is the one who has the God of Jacob for his help, whose hope is in Jehovah his God, the maker of heaven and earth, of the sea, and of all that is in them, the one keeping trueness to time indefinite, the one executing judgment for the defrauded ones, the one giving bread to the hungry ones. Jehovah is releasing those who are bound. Jehovah is opening the eyes of the blind ones. Jehovah is raising up the ones bowed down. Jehovah is loving the righteous ones. Jehovah is guarding the alien residents, the fatherless boy and the widow he relieves. But the way of the wicked ones he makes crooked. Jehovah will be king to time indefinite, your God, O Zion, for generation after generation. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 147. Praise Jah, you people, for it is good to make melody to our God, for it is pleasant. Praise is fitting. Jehovah is building Jerusalem. The dispersed ones of Israel he brings together. He is healing the broken-hearted ones, and is binding up their painful spots. He is counting the number of the stars. All of them he calls by their names. Our Lord is great and is abundant in power. His understanding is beyond recounting. Jehovah is relieving the meek ones. He is abasing the wicked ones to the earth. Respond to Jehovah with thanksgiving, you people. Make melody to our God on the harp, the one who is covering the heavens with clouds, the one preparing rain for the earth, the one making the mountains to sprout green grass. To the beasts he is giving their food, to the young ravens that keep calling. Not in the mightiness of the horse does he take delight, nor in the legs of the man does he find pleasure. Jehovah is finding pleasure in those fearing him, in those waiting for his loving kindness. Commend Jehovah, O Jerusalem. Praise your God, O Zion. For he has made the bars of your gates strong. He has blessed your sons in the midst of you. He is putting peace in your territory. With the fat of the wheat he keeps satisfying you. He is sending his saying to the earth. With speed his word runs. He is giving snow like wool. Hoarfrost he scatters just like ashes. He is throwing his ice like morsels. Before his cold, who can stand? He sends forth his word and melts them. He causes his wind to blow. The waters trickle. He is telling his word to Jacob, his regulations and his judicial decisions to Israel. He has not done that way to any other nation, and as for his judicial decisions, they have not known them. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 148. Praise Jah, you people. Praise Jehovah from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise him, all you his angels. Praise him, all you his army. Praise him, you sun and moon. Praise him, all you stars of light. Praise him, you heavens of the heavens, and you waters that are above the heavens. Let them praise the name of Jehovah, for he himself commanded, and they were created. And he keeps them standing forever, to time indefinite. A regulation he has given, and it will not pass away. Praise Jehovah from the earth, you sea monsters and all you watery deeps. You fire and hail, snow and thick smoke, you tempestuous wind, accomplishing his word. You mountains and all you hills, you fruit trees and all you cedars, you wild animals and all you domestic animals, you creeping things and winged birds, you kings of the earth and all you national groups, you princes and all you judges of the earth, you young men and also you virgins, you old men together with boys. Let them praise the name of Jehovah, for his name alone is unreachably high. His dignity is above earth and heaven, and he will exalt the horn of his people, the praise of all his loyal ones, of the sons of Israel, the people near to him. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 149. Praise Jah, you people. Sing to Jehovah a new song, his praise in the congregation of loyal ones. Let Israel rejoice in its grand Maker. The sons of Zion, let them be joyful in their King. Let them praise his name with dancing. With the tambourine and the harp, let them make melody to him. For Jehovah is taking pleasure in his people. He beautifies the meek ones with salvation. Let the loyal ones exult in glory. Let them cry out joyfully on their beds. Let the songs extolling God be in their throat, and a two-edged sword be in their hand, to execute vengeance upon the nations, rebukes upon the national groups, to bind their kings with shackles and their glorified ones with fetters of iron, to execute upon them the judicial decision written. Such splendor belongs to all his loyal ones. Praise Jah, you people. Psalm 150. Praise Jah, you people. Praise God in his holy place. Praise him in the expanse of his strength. Praise him for his works of mightiness. Praise him according to the abundance of his greatness. Praise him with the blowing of the horn. Praise him with the stringed instrument and the harp. Praise him with the tambourine and the circle dance. Praise him with strings and the pipe. Praise him with the cymbals of melodious sound. Praise him with the clashing cymbals. Every breathing thing, let it praise Jah. Praise Jah, you people.